world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Oh, wasted world of sports. Ahoy. Sorry about that. Just a little bit of behind the scenes technical stuff. Let's go straight over to him. Let's bring him in on his throne there, the old Panther, for the first time in season 2024. Let's do a mic check, old Panther.
Happy New Year, everyone.
I believe that's working. Do we need to boost him up a little bit? We've had the microphone was obviously set up for Michelle. And Dad's a much more softly spoken bloke than Michelle is an extremely loud lady.
And opinionated.
Well, opinionated, aren't we all around here? Robert M. Ahoy, mate. I'm trying to be quiet because I'm a very loud bloke. And I have a tendency to filter through both microphones, so I'm trying my best to keep my voice under control today. Dean loves stuff, ahoy. Oh, look at that. I am coming through both microphones. It is not possible for me to speak low enough to not go through both microphones. It's just the way it is. James, ahoy, mate. James, I do like the looks of that multi. Joey Manu, Tommy Turbo, and the Roosters 1-12, paying $29.70. And there you go. James says, and you, the old Panther, know the rules, unlike Michelle. Dean, it was indeed your birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Dean. Love stuff.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, hope you had a fantastic day.
There's the birthday with some famous people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here's a little bit of trivia to...
Yeah, my grandson and granddaughter. There you go.
Hellfire Paintball Salt Ash, New South Wales, Australia. Ahoy, mate. NRL Super King. Ahoy. Happy St. Patrick's Day as well. That's the other thing. St. Paddy's Day.
Yeah. Well, we got a bit of Irish in us, Daniel.
Yep. Oh, I'm aware of that. Believe me, the chat room's aware of it too. I never stop talking about it. James says not as famous as mine. Oh, he may. Yeah, I was going to say he may elaborate. He may elaborate after 8th of January. He may continue to elaborate after. Well, anyways, this is a first time we've kind of got something a little bit different in store for. You may remember the Generations vodcast from last season, where we would talk about the history of rugby league, the present of rugby league, and what the future may look like for rugby league, various aspects of it. And we were doing those as standalone pieces on Wednesday nights. Wednesdays with my job became unpredictable. I wasn't always going to be available because it is often production day for me in my line of work. So Wednesday nights can sometimes become quite hectic. So I thought for something a little bit different, we would do Sunday afternoons as a lead up, as a pre-show to the Sunday doubleheaders. So we'll see how that goes. And you were not expecting live, old Panther. He thought we were recording. Even though we've always done these live, even last year.
Well, I can adapt.
There we go. James has elaborated. Elvis, David Bowie, Stephen Hawkins, and Kim Jong-un. Robert M says, you realise, Dan, that I've got to get the Eagles and Dolphins for a perfect round. Well, we were having this discussion just before we went live, the old Panther and I. I have seesawed on that Dolphins-Dragons game. I have flipped quite a few times, and I have this morning flipped back to the Dolphins. because I cannot imagine in my lifetime, or his lifetime, a Wayne Bennett coach team being that awful 2 weeks in a row. So I've flipped. I was going for the Dragons, but I've now flipped to the Dolphins. Dolphins at home in Redcliffe. No way will a Wayne Bennett coach team play that badly 2 weeks in a row. It's just not going to happen, in my opinion. So that's why I've swung to the Dolphins. And also, I've had quite a shocking week in the tipping, so we can't have anybody get a perfect round. So, sorry, Robert, the Roosters are going to have to do the job there on Manly. We can't have anybody. James, you and I were the only two goofballs that went for the Tigers. The only two in the entire competition that went for the Tigers. Us two idiots. Of course. But speaking of the way things are going, the old Panther, as the first time this year joining us, I thought we would do a new segment. We can do this each time. Let's have a look through the eyes of the Panther. How's your team tracking? Are they going to get the 4?
Well, when you consider that Friday night's game was really only their second hit out, the World Club Challenge has, I think, it caused an upheaval in their preparations for the season. I think they did pretty well. I think they're going to get better from there. A lot of people wrote them off after the World Club Challenge and then the loss to the Storm. But when you see that some of the refereeing decisions in most games can be rather subjective, it's a bit early to write teams off, no matter who it is.
See, that's a lot more polite than I would have been. Some of the referee decisions in the World Club Challenge were dead set shocking. But look, that has come and gone. The time has passed. I don't want to do a whole review on it, but I do have one piece of footage that I want to show, and that's mainly because I'm just having a glorious time playing around with my new Telestrator. And so I look for any old excuse to bring this out. And this, to me, despite the referee decisions, let's not get into the referee decisions. Despite all that, I think this was the moment where the game was lost. And look, the Panthers did not play well, and Wigan defended extremely well. So putting the whole game into that context, Wigan probably deserved to win. They defended extremely well, regardless of what. Now I can't find my screen. Where's it gone? Okay, there it is. Now, I look for any old excuse to do my analyses here. So this was the turning point for me. 68 minutes into the match, Penrith finally get some sort of shape on their attack. Now, I believe this here. Oh, I love having this technology. I love doing this. So I believe this here is Military Dylan. I think it was Dylan Edwards who made the initial break. So he skins Wigan down this left-hand edge. Whoops. All right. So he's gone through. He's drawn in the outside defenders. He's created all the space that he needed to. Gives it off to... Now, who was playing? Was it Taylor May who was playing number 4 in the World Club Challenge? Can we remember?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah,
he did come back the early games. Yeah,
because I remember thinking... He's got such big boots to fill in Stephen Crichton. And Stephen Crichton would have he probably would have scored the try, Stephen Crichton, but he definitely would have set it up. And here's where it all went a little bit chaotic. I've lost my mouse again. Where's it gone? Oh, come on. All right. Oh, did my wireless mouse just die? Live. We're live.
Yeah,
anything can happen.
While you're fixing that up, yes. I have to agree with you. Penrith didn't play well in this game, and Wigan did defend exceptionally well, which again highlights that Penrith's got improvement in them. So to even come this close and almost knock Wigan off, that's not a bad effort.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a bad effort. And towards the back end of the season, they score this try because this is just Taylor May filling in for the absence of Stephen Crichton. And this was a learning moment as we play on here. So he is through. He's into space. Okay, here is where it's decision time for him. This is where it was decision time. And you can actually see him. So I'll just highlight him here, Taylor May. There he is. And you can actually see him on the screen. He's looking out to his support runners out here. He's got his eye on him there. So he is summing that up. Now, if he also looks inside, there's a Penrith support runner lurking up here. Maybe not the best option, this guy, because he is covered by the Wigan defence. But he has essentially got three options here. The worst option that he could have come up with was going on his own. In my opinion, all he needs to do, straighten up the attack, head back infield towards the fullback to draw him in, and he has now got these two guys unmarked on the left, and potentially, if he even notices the support runner infield, because you can see that this guy, you can see old mate here, I'll put the arrow to him, old mate here, you can see him as play continues on, he kind of drops off because he realises, bollocks, he hasn't even seen me. So he's got these two passing options if he straightens and draws in the fullback. The absolute worst thing that he could do is go on his own. And I remember calling it live is all he has to do now is draw in the fullback and they've got a two-man overlap. He won't go himself, surely. No, he put his head down and went on his own. And he went into touch. Play went on and he was bundled into touch and that was it. All over Red Rover at that moment. Now, that's not to suggest that that's what cost them the game. I'm just saying that particular moment is what really snuffed them out. And again, yes, as James says, if he cuts back infield and even if he does get tackled, if he cuts back infield rather than running towards the corner, if he does want to try it on himself, at least he gets tackled in the field of play. And they still had, 3 tackles up their sleeve at that point? So that was all I wanted to talk about the World Club Challenge.
And James also raises another good point.
What's that?
Panthers aren't wet weather players.
Oh, yes, there is also that as well, of course. Yeah. I think we discussed that too, James, didn't we? I think we discussed it on the day. The Panthers have lost to the Tigers in the wet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the Tigers. The poor Tigers. I believed. I bought into it. I thought... Now, I certainly didn't think that they were going to remove themselves far from the wooden spoon. They'll still be fighting for the wooden spoon this season. But I believed Benji will do it. And if there was ever a time that they were going to do it, they would pull an ambush in round 1. That was my magical line of thinking when I tipped the Tigers to win this round. I thought if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in round 1. It didn't happen. They were for all but 20 minutes. They were terrible, and I do believe that they got extremely dudded by a lot of the referees' decisions. The referee blew a complete and total homer. He caved into that Canberra crowd constantly, but the Tigers were abysmal. They really were bad. So coming up, 3:05 p.m, the Seagulls versus the Roosters, followed up by the Dolphins and the Dragons. And that will be our NRL coverage for this weekend. Mr. It's Dead, yes, the games will be on Discord. This is just a little pre-show with the old Panther and I, and we are going to talk about finals formats, the draws of old, how the draw used to get put together, and how that's changed over the years as more money comes into the game. TV rights, that sort of thing. So let's go way back. Well, actually, does this, if I show this particular draw that we've got, does this lead in nicely to any of the information that you've gathered for us?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I really wanted to show this off, because this is a fantastic piece of memorabilia. This is an actual, very well preserved 1968 League Barrackers kit. Now, this is all the fixtures. Now, the Sun, was that a newspaper? Okay, so this is from 1968 in pristine condition. And I'll hold this up, and I'm just seeing who some of the caricatures are down there. We've got Clive Churchill, Ian Walsh, Sid Barnes, Ernie Christensen, Jeff Prenter, Norm Proven, and Noel Kelly. But anyways, I'll move the microphone out of the way. I'll hold this up.
A couple of old footballers there that represented Australia, and league writers, of course, that wrote for Sun. Penrith and Cronulla, this was their second season in the big league.
I just love that we have this stuff. Like, we have this so well preserved from 1968. Because, you know, none of my stuff is well preserved. All my stuff gets ruined because I used to play with it all. I would have cut the logos out to use on on my own scoreboards.
Penrith won what was then the pre-season competition that year, then faded out afterwards. 12 teams in the competition, final 4 for the playoffs.
The way it still should be, in my opinion. I think we'll probably get into it more when we start talking about finals, but I think any competition, whether it's rugby league, rugby union, Super Rugby were guilty of doing this as well for the rugby union fans. Any competition where half the tournament qualifies for the finals is a joke. Should be a top 4, should be a top 2. Anyway.
Right, what would you like to know, Dan?
Well, let's find out how... do we have something there about... so back then there were 12 teams.
Yep.
How did they used to decide back in those days? Because obviously now it's all done by TV rights and attendance numbers and the bigger stadiums when they're available and whatnot. There's a lot more that goes into it.
Back in those days, it was basically home and away fixtures. Generally speaking, if your team played at home this week, you knew they were playing away the following weekend. Every now and again, there'd be a double up. But the only exception to that was, I think, back in those days, they used to have the match of the round broadcast on the ABC every Saturday, and they would play that at the SCG. That was
always.
That was the big game of the round.
Always SCG.
Pretty much, yeah. That was the goal to get to play on the SCG. But other than that, pretty much home and away. Yep. And you knew at the start of the season exactly where your team was going to be playing right through the year.
Now I see that team one is always in the top left.
Yeah, well, you notice that pretty much on that draw there, Daniel.
Okay.
You can see that. It's just and it don't just keep one. Basically, you list the teams off 1 to 12. You keep one in the top corner, and then every week just rotates around by one team. And you'll notice that. And that was one of the issues with the way that draw was done.
I'll see if I can hold that up.
What would happen would be your team would end up actually following another team through the season. So a really tough team like South Sydney would knock the Stockings or somebody. Then your team got to play that team the following week when they were still getting over being hammered by South Sydney. And that would happen all through the year. So you would get this a sort of a misleading idea about the competition because, Team B's been following South all the way through the season. Then at the end of the year, when they've actually got to face somebody who hasn't faced South the previous week, they can get shown up. And that's why part of the reason why they changed the way the draws were put together. Just to stop that idea.
So I guess
am I explaining that properly?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I guess for modern day, for people who may be too young to remember the era of South's domination, or South's being a strong team and not the pile of rabble they are at the moment. But
they won 4 out of 5 comps.
Yeah, so there you go.
67.
So it would be like, following the Panthers around if they still did the draw in that format, or the Storm
facing up to like Penrith hammered Parramatta this week. The forwards often win those battles, so then Parramatta they face somebody next week. Hopefully, get hammered again.
Yeah. Them's fighting words for Parramatta supporters.
Yeah. We hate Parramatta. So.
Yeah, that we were talking about that. And I think that's a great idea for a future topic. Rivalries. That'll be a very good one. Yeah, I told you that's fighting words for Parramatta supporters. Okay, so they obviously decided at some point then, because of that, this isn't really working out. And some changes would have been made at some point. How long do we know roughly how long that took, or how long before somebody kicked and screamed enough that this isn't a good situation?
Well, we've got that written down somewhere.
Yep.
Dan.
That's all right.
I'll have to find it eventually, but it was certainly sometime after 70s that happened, I think.
And is it a true statement to say, just speaking about jumping up and down and kicking and screaming and having things changed, is it safe to say, is it a fair statement for me to assert that jumping up and down and kicking and screaming to get things changed became a lot more prominent ever since the Broncos have entered the competition? Is that a fair?
Well, the rest of us think so. But back in the old days, of course, it was Manly who were considered to be the Silvertails, and a lot of things tipped Manly's way. But that was before the Broncos came into the comp, of course. So I think there's been these favourite teams to hate, or favourite clubs to hate, all the way along.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of that, James has asked, why does he hate Parramatta? I don't think he hates Parramatta, really. It's just the Parramatta-Penrith rivalry, the neighbouring rivalry. That's all it is.
That's what it is, the Battle of the West.
I can guarantee you that he'd be going for Parramatta before he goes for Brisbane or the Storm or Redcliffe.
Well, when you consider half the Parramatta pack came through the Penrith system, yeah.
But again, that's because they're neighbouring. They're in the same catchment area, I'm gathering.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But Penrith just did it better. Just going back to...
I was trying to make peace there, and you just kept...
Just going back to the screaming loud and make changes. I think the fans contribute to that as well. As
of course, especially
clubs,
especially modern day.
Having said that, Souths won won 4 out of 5 premierships from 67 to 71. In the lead up to that, St George won 11 straight premierships. They had to do something about that, and that was why in 1967 they went from the old unlimited tackle rule to the 4 tackle rule in 67, and that basically put St George out of business for a little while. Of course, part of their strategy was with their forwards, just hit it up, get it to the backs every now and again, and they had a pretty good back line.
So pretty much they played like rugby union.
Exactly what the great Warren Ryan said.
Yeah?
Yeah, the rugby union now was like the old unlimited tackle rule in rugby league. Yeah. And so rugby league went to the limited tackle rule of 4.
Mm.
And then that evolved into 6.
Yeah, and I don't, because it's not the topic, I don't want to make a big thing out of this, but just on that point, it's interesting that in rugby union now, there are a lot of defensive coaches at club level and at international level, lots of defensive coaches that have come over from rugby league. There's a lot of rugby league defensive patterns in rugby union now. And interesting that bits and pieces of rugby union are spilling over into rugby league with the short restarts, for example. But anyway, so I didn't, I don't want to turn that into a thing. It was just a random statement since the topic was there. Wasn't unlimited tackle count back in time? Long way back in time.
What was this?
The unlimited tackle count. Wasn't unlimited tackle count back in time?
1966 was the last year.
How many interchange players could they use in the 1967 era?
They didn't.
Oh, they didn't?
No, actually, that's how much things have changed now. Back in those days, you named 2 reserves. I'm not 100% sure. I think one of them was allowed to be fresh. I could be wrong about that. But for the other reserves, they must have played in the reserve grade game before the main game. Otherwise, they weren't allowed to be named as reserves. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's totally different. Yeah.
Now, if you played in the New South Wales Cup game or whatever it's called, I don't think they even play them on the same day anymore. But
no, not a lot.
Yeah, I can't imagine that happening in the modern era of. Although, I mean, it has happened. What would you say? I guess you would say. Oh, there you go, Mum. If you're watching, there was a random Alaura sighting down in the corner. There's a tail in the screen. Matty Johns tells a story about his. And I'm getting off on a tangent here. That happens every time I talk about something. Matty Johns tells a great story about when he first got called up to first grade. And it was when they would play the reserve grade games before the main game. And he tells the story now because I suppose the what's the word? The statute of limitations, is that the legal term? For enough time has passed, he probably can't get in trouble for it. But he tells the story about how he lied to the coach because they apparently weren't supposed to get on the piss after the game, just in case they were needed for the main game. And he had decided that he's not going to be needed today. What are the chances? So he went straight from his reserve grade game up to the hill to get on the piss with his mates. And they came and found him because somebody got injured and he had to jump out and play first grade, but he couldn't because he'd broken the rules of the team protocol. He couldn't let anyone know that he was pissed. So he just went and sat on the bench, and he reckons he had a bit of a shocker, and he didn't get a lot of game time, but yeah, they sent him out and he'd smash some waters and sobered up. But yeah, he said it wasn't the greatest idea. So yeah, that's my Matty John story.
It would have taken the gas out of them, wouldn't it, if they had played a full game? Back in those days, the reserve grade was 35 minutes each way. I don't think 10 minutes makes a lot of difference if you've already played the game, eh?
Yeah.
And then have to front up, possibly have to come on straight away, depending on injuries, the main game.
Yeah, that's for sure.
There's a different level of fitness these days, isn't there? It's a lot. You hear the old players talk about that, how the game's faster and players are bigger and stronger. It probably would be dangerous to do that sort of thing now.
Yeah, everything's very different now. Very professional. Robert M says, I can remember Bennett doing that to Lockyer, grabbing him at half-time during reserve grade and handed him debut during the main game against the Eels. So, yeah, I hijacked it and turned it into stories. I forget where we were.
You want to know when the 6-tackle rule came in?
Yes, that's where we were. Unlimited. Yes, unlimited tackles. When did the unlimited tackles end?
66.
Yep.
1967, they brought in the 4-tackle rule. And then in 1970, 71, I think, they, at the end of the season, because there was 12 teams in the premiership, and they had a final 4. At the end of the season, the 8 teams that didn't make the playoffs played a knockout comp called the Endeavour Cup down at Cronulla's home ground. And I've got a suspicion it was called another name too once. But either way, 1971, the Endeavour Cup trialled the 6-tackle rule. They used the Endeavour Cup knockout comp to trial the 6-tackle rule and then thought, good idea, and they brought it in 1972. And that's what we've had since.
Yeah, right. And James has also asked, were internationals also unlimited tackles back then? Would they have even had internationals back then? I suppose.
Yeah, they had internationals.
I suppose Australia and Great Britain.
Well, they were the two. Great Britain was the big ones. You wanted to knock them off. Yeah, they had international, but again, that was a whole different setup too, because going back before the 60s, they used to take like 3-month tours, and they had to get the boat over.
Of course, yeah.
So it was completely different setup, yeah. Again, in the 60s and 70s, I guess by then they were in aeroplanes. I can remember sitting up and watching the early hours of the morning, some international games, yeah.
Yeah, right. Mitchell, Vela Sport, ahoy there, mate. Nice to see you again. This is my dad, the old Panther, filling us with some knowledge of rugby league history.
Just because I'm old.
Proper tours back then, James. Yes, proper tours where they'd probably go over and have warm-ups against the club teams.
And yeah, well, they did. They used to play warm-up games, a couple of warm-up games against the top English sides. Yeah.
Yep, and then go on and play the tests against Great Britain.
Yeah, and then go over to France. Have a game. France, they weren't the top rugby league nation, but they
probably
used to go over
better
there.
than they are. Probably better than the fathered illegitimate children. Well, what happens on tour stays on tour, right, James? Okay, so went from 4 tackles initially, and then 6 tackles came in. So who made the decision? We probably don't have that information there, or we might.
Who made the decision?
Yeah, who made the decision to go, you know what, we need 2 more? 4's just not quite cutting it.
Well, Warren Ryan was probably one of the greatest coaches before Wayne Bennett. Warren Ryan said one day in an interview when they brought in that 4-tackle rule, he said you didn't have time to develop any attack because by the time you got yourself into a field position, your sets were up. And I think that might have been one of the things that contributed to going to the 6 tackles. The coaches, the players said, well, hang on, we can't actually develop too much in attack. Back in those days, South Sydney had a player by the name of Eric Sims, used to play on the wing or fullback, I think.
Know that name?
And he just a fantastic goal kicker. And if they got close enough and didn't think they were in with a chance of scoring the try, they'd give him the ball and he'd slot a field goal. But they were worth 2 points back then. You do that a couple of times and it's the equivalent to a try. So
take the 2.
Yeah, and that's possibly another thing that contributed. He could pot them from anywhere, that bloke. He'd kick goals from halfway easy. And so yeah, there's probably a heap of things, but that was one thing I did hear specifically from Warren Ryan about the attack and being able to actually build your attack.
Right. Was the ARL affected by the Vietnam War back then?
Well, I would imagine it would have been, but I was a bit too young to understand that side of it back then. I'd imagine it would have. I'd imagine it would have been a few prospective players finished up over there in Vietnam.
When did the conversion come in? Always
been there,
would have been there, wouldn't it? Yeah. Right from the very beginning. Always worth 2 points.
But you've got to remember that rugby league was an offshoot from the rugby union. Yeah, so scored a try, go for the conversion. Yeah.
Was it always 2 points?
Conversion?
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware. Yep. Back in the early days, of course, try was only worth 3.
Yes.
Conversion was 2. Yep.
I remember we got Frank Hyde's footy game, the old board game, and I used to play that, and little Dan couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a try was worth 3 points.
Yeah.
I'm like, this isn't right. Of course, I could have just made my own rules for the game, but
you usually did.
Normally, yeah. So somebody's decided 4 is not quite enough. We'll go to 6, and that's what we still have to this day. 6 tackles. I love how we've strayed away from talking about the structure of the draw into but that's what happens. We get fantastic questions coming in from the chat room. I certainly don't mean to discourage that. I was just making a general observation of, boy, we've come a long way here from the draw.
Well, there's been lots of changes to the draw over the years.
Yes.
We could probably spend 5 minutes just going through all the different changes.
Yep.
But I think, me personally, I think one of the biggest changes that occurred was when they were determining what teams were in the playoffs. They started using the points differential to eliminate teams from the playoffs. 1985, there was final 5 for the playoffs, and Penrith made the finals for the first time in 1985. But to get there, because Penrith and Manly both finished on level premiership points, they had to have a playoff for that 5th spot. So Penrith played Easts, who are now the Sydney Roosters, on the Saturday. They then had to play Manly in the playoff on the Tuesday, and then come up against Parramatta, who was still a pretty good team, on the Saturday. And of course, they got flogged. It'd be very hard to be able to do that 3 games within 7 days at that level. You know?
Oh, you couldn't do it now.
And
it'd be impossible to do it now.
And of course, now they use the points differential. If teams finish on level premiership points, the one with the better differential gets in. That's a big change.
Yeah. So James says, getting back to draws. When did Footy Short start using drawstrings? And I would have to ask, on top of that, why do they not work for James Tedesco?
Yeah.
Mitchell asks, what has been the best rule change? Well, just on what we've discussed thus far, I'm sure there's been better ones, but from the sounds of it, it was a pretty good idea to change drop goals to 1 point.
Well, I'd say probably Eric Sims was the reason they did change it.
One-on-one strip, the best rule change.
That's a good one, yeah, because that became silly for a little while.
I'd say pretty much everything that had to be outlawed to stop Billy Slater from potentially killing people. Good rule changes.
And yes, Robert M., I believe that was the Dragons, finished on top of the table and then got beaten in the grand final by the Bulldogs in 1985.
Oh, the poor old Bulldogs. Quality team back then, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Warren Ryan, as I said, he was one of the top coaches. Mucked it up a bit with Balmain later on, but still coached teams like the Bulldogs to the grand final, Newtown. Pretty good player himself.
Yeah, apart from that, I'm trying to think of other rule changes. One might come to mind, a serious one. I was obviously joking about the Billy Slater stuff. But
well, some people would say the elimination of the corner posts was one of the best rule changes.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't like it myself, but it has brought in some pretty spectacular tries like yesterday.
Like yesterday, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolutely bonkers I went last night, James, when Xavier Coates. I still don't understand. I've already told Dad this, but for you guys in the chat, I don't understand. He jumped. To me, it looked like Xavier Coates, jumped straight up in the air. I don't think he certainly didn't dive towards the line. He just seemed to go up and over Watene Zelezniak. And as we discussed, if Watene Zelezniak doesn't get that knock on him, he possibly doesn't make it, because he did just go straight up. I feel like Watene Zelezniak bumped him somewhat, but yeah, spectacular try, and not the first time Xavier Coates has done something like that, but definitely his most outrageous one, I would say. Well, that was the last leg of the multi, James. We needed. We looked down what to put on, and I went Pappenhausen anytime try scorer and Watene Zelezniak anytime try scorer, and there was Roger Tuivasa-Sheck and Xavier Coates anytime try scorer. And I looked at the odds and I went, okay, what happens to the odds if I take Tuivasa-Sheck out? Because RTS is still refinding his feet in rugby league. I think that's pretty obvious. He's not playing very well. He's solid, but he used to be spectacular. He's still finding his feet coming back to rugby league. So what happens if I take RTS out? Okay, still not too bad, the odds. So it was a three-leg multi. And my mate Doug, who joined me for the Roosters Sharks finals game last season, he wanted to cash out. He's like, should I cash out? Should I cash out? No. Let's let it ride. 22 seconds to go, man. You thought I went crazy that on stream for that Justin Olam try when he was flying down the sideline? I was shaking the house last night. Okay, back on topic.
Right. Well, I found two interesting situations with the draw and the way the finals were determined. Do you like to go there?
Yes. Yes,
somebody
indeed.
wants to know what it paid.
Not a whole lot. Only 80 or $90. Yeah, not much. But still, a win's a win. A win's a win. You take it.
Win's a win, yeah. But I still had to buy the drink today. Having a look through what's happened here, and talking about people screaming and wanting rules changed, from 1912 to 1925,
wow. Okay. Yeah.
they didn't have finals playoffs. They had first past the post in the premiership.
What does that mean?
It means whoever finished with the most wins in the premiership won the comp.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't have a playoff.
Yeah, when you said first past the post, I thought, is there a target to reach?
Yeah.
Like, do they just play until...
Win the most games.
Yeah. Do they just play until a team's won 10 or something? The first team to win 10 is...
No, they had to play... That was part of the problem. And James has just pointed out, like the EPL, but that was part of the problem because unlike the EPL, the New South Wales Rugby League had only the one competition. So therefore, 4 or 5 games to go in the competition, South or East, whoever it happened to be at the time, were way out in front. No way they were going to lose the premiership. And so the crowds stopped coming to the footy. Remembering too that back in those days you didn't have the television coverage that we have now. And so by the year 1925, they figured out we can't keep doing this because people with 4 or 5 games to go, people will stop coming to the footy.
As you would.
So they then introduced from 1926 to 1953 a top 4 for playoffs, and they had that a certain way. Team 1 played Team 3, Team 2 played Team 4, and I think the 2 winners then joined into the grand final. And then of course they changed that again later, but that was interesting. The EPL, the Pommy soccer can get away with it because there are so many other factors involved. They've got promotion and relegation. They've got teams trying to qualify for the Champions League and the Euro League and all that sort of stuff. So even if you're way down the ladder, there's still interest in your team avoiding relegation. Or if you're in the lower grades, trying to get into the top grade. Yeah.
That's it. There's still something to play for.
That's it, and that makes a difference. And that's why it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work here now, apart from the fact that there's too much money involved. It wouldn't work because we don't have the competitions set up.
Well, and that's what that question was raised to Gus one time, and he just rolled his eyes and went, "No, it'll never happen. We'll never have a conference system in Australia because nobody." And he used like big rich clubs. He used as examples, but he said, "Can you imagine? A Broncos or a Souths or one of the rich Roosters? Can you imagine the backlash if they ever got relegated? It's never going to happen." He said, "The rich clubs are never going to want to even take that chance of being in a Division 2. So, Not that they would likely end up there anyway, but I completely understand his point. Because they tried to do that with the. They tried to do that way back. I think it was the sort of 2005 or thereabouts. I want to say, I could be completely wrong about that, but they tried to do like a World Rugby calendar, and it really, like, negotiations never really got anywhere because there were teams who it was going to act in two tiers, promotion and relegation, and your All Blacks, your Wallabies, your Springboks, all the top nations basically went, you know what, we'll do that, but we want it written into our agreement that we can never be relegated. No matter where we finish, we don't get relegated out of the top tier. And so it basically just got to the stage of, well, what's the point? If there's promotion and relegation, but there's certain teams that can't be relegated, what's the point? So it all fell on its head. And I know they're looking at a World Rugby calendar again, with a little bit more success this time, without the promotion and relegation, which alienates the lower nations, which I thought was the whole point of having this in the first place, was to get more game time for the lower tier countries. But it is what it is, and that's ultimately everything comes down to money. Even draw and finals formats. Current finals format is very heavily influenced by money and TV broadcasting rights and whatnot. You could never, ever, as much as I would love to see it, you could never go back to a 4-team finals format, because the big money, the big broadcasting dollars are in. We will actually get to a point in the future where about 16 out of the 17 teams qualify for finals footy, because more games, the TV broadcast can put finals in front of, higher ratings, higher value.
And James is right again.
He's a smart fella, James. What's he said now?
Well, it's not, rugby league is not a world sport.
Oh yeah, of course not. Yeah, no, I say that all the time, and people jump down my throat about it, like avid rugby league supporters. But yeah, I mean, I don't. Obviously, I like rugby league. I'm not making fun, but when I say it, it's just not. It's true.
No, it's not a world sport. But then you don't have to be the world sport to be the best. And I still think it's the best game to watch, unless it's the Broncos or Parramatta.
What about Broncos versus Parramatta?
Yeah, that's worth a look at now and again. Yeah.
You'd have to be going for Parramatta, right?
Well, it depends. I like Adam Reynolds, and like I said before, Parramatta, half their pack's from Penrith, so.
Jeez. What about Parramatta versus Dolphins?
Sorry?
Parramatta versus Dolphins. You'd have to go for Parramatta, right?
Oh yeah, I hate the Dolphins. Yeah.
There you go.
Hated them from the...
we got one, James. We got one.
Queensland Cup time. Redcliffe Dolphins were sort of like the Manly Silvertails equivalent. Yeah.
Manly Silvertails?
That's what they used to call them. They were the big club that had the money back in those days, and they would more or less buy a premiership. They used to poach players, much like the Roosters try to do now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Roosters they don't. I think Gus was talking about this. The Roosters are one of the teams that don't have their own pathways program.
No, because it's mainly coffee shops over there in Sydney's east.
Over there? You make it sound so.
Yeah, well,
over there.
It was them. It's us and them. You know, that's if you ever go on YouTube and have a look at the old Western Suburbs Manly when Tommy Raudonikis played for Wests, the Western Suburbs Fibros against the Manly Silvertails, some fantastic stuff there about how the other clubs viewed Manly. You know, the Manly's on the north shore of Sydney, very posh area. Yeah. And back in those days, yeah, Parramatta and Manly did have a big rivalry. Because Manly took a couple of Parramatta players. They took some West players. Yeah.
Bigger than Parramatta Panthers?
Back in those days, it was big.
Mm.
You should have James on this show, Daniel.
We would get too sidetracked, James and I. Get James and I together on a voice call. We won't last 5 minutes before it turns from Wasted World of Sports to Wasted World of Conspiracy Theories. We wouldn't even get 5 minutes in and we'd be talking about 9/11. That's why a lot of people can't stand Fatty. Who can't stand Fatty?
Could be, because he played for Manly. And he played for Easts.
And he coached Queensland. He did also, though, take the greatest cricket catch of all time.
Yeah.
That's one to look up if you haven't seen it. Fatty's classic catch. The greatest catch of all time. All right, so where were we up to in the...
Well, I just picked out those two. First past the post, and then the top four. And there's been many other variations as you go through what's happened over the years that they've played with. But but as Dan said, I don't think they'll change what they do now too much. Because of the money and the TV deals.
Yep, the almighty dollar. We might not like it, but we're stuck with it. So what's going to happen when more teams come out? Because the Sea Eagles Roosters game is kicking off in about 15 minutes.
All right.
So what might the future look like? I mean, did you have anything else there that
No, not without wasting time looking for it.
No.
No, I think we've covered pretty much everything that we without going into real specifics like 1 versus 8 and 2 versus 7 and all that nonsense.
So with continued expansion, I guess if we turn our attention to the future, potentially what things look like with future expansion, and we've ruled out any potential of a conference system. We've explained why that will not work, or at least not in the sense of promotion relegation anyway. We may end up with a conference system, which I think is garbage, by the way. I'm not advocating this. We might end up with a scenario one day where it's Queensland Conference, New South Wales Conference, and then the top whatever from each conference go through to like a Super 8s final scenario, which Super Rugby did, and it was also Rugby League should learn from Super Rugby. When Super Rugby was the Super 12s, it was the best, in my opinion. I should state that, just my opinion. Super Rugby was the greatest club footy competition in the world because you had to be switched on from game one. If you dropped a game, you were done. It was really the elite. It was the best of the best. You never rested players like we have now, where there's so many games and you can rest your star players. And you had to play the 11 other teams, home one year, away the next year. That's how the draw would alternate. If you dropped the game, you were done, basically. You had to pretty much win. You would aim to win all your home games. If you dropped one single home game, that was pretty much your season done. Because the top teams didn't drop games. And then it was a top 4. 1 played 4, 2 played 3, and the two played in the Super Rugby final, and it was great. It was quick. It was bang, 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 action, 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 all the way through. They have evolved Super Rugby to what we had when South Africa was still involved. South Africa are not involved anymore. But South Africa were involved. There was a Japanese team at one point. There was an Argentinian team at one point, and they went into conferences. The South African Conference, the Australian Conference, the New Zealand Conference. And the big problem with that format was because there was a guaranteed guaranteed that the top team from each conference would go through to the finals. We had a scenario, a ridiculous scenario, happened a couple of times, but one year specifically, I remember the New South Wales Waratahs finished the top of the Australian Conference, but they got belted by everybody else. So if you combined the table, if you took the conferences out and just looked at the combined overall table, the Waratahs were down in about 8th spot. So they were crap. I mean, no offense to them. Every Australian team that year were just terrible. But the Waratahs technically finished 3rd because of the conference format and the guaranteed. So they got to host a final. This garbage team got to host the Highlanders, who played in the much stronger New Zealand conference, finished higher on the overall table than the Waratahs, but had to travel to New South Wales to play a final. And that was one of the big issues with that structure. And Rugby League needs to learn from that and go, look, that's what killed Super Rugby. We can't do that. We've got to find another way. I don't know what the solution is, because if you bring more teams into it, players already play enough games. You can't have players playing more games throughout the course of a year. You can't have the season going longer. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think, Rugby League needs to see what happened to Super Rugby. They took Super Rugby, the greatest club competition in the world, and destroyed it with a conference format. So Rugby League, please don't do it.
James has come up with one idea.
Oh, yep.
But just going back to how you would formulate the draw, remember one season, I think when there was 18 teams or something in the Rugby League, they did actually split the clubs into 4 units, I suppose you might say, and the teams in each unit played each other twice, but then played all the other teams only once, and so then you didn't get the extended season. So maybe that's something they would have to think about. If they do expand, they only play each other once.
Yep. But then people would be, and I don't think there is a perfect solution. Then you'd get kicking and screaming about we have to play all the top teams away from home this season. I mean, if I've understood correctly what you were suggesting.
I don't think they'll ever keep everybody happy.
No, that's impossible. Well, I still reckon I'm not far off the mark when I say that pretty soon the entire competition will be based out of Suncorp Stadium. I mean, Lord knows they play enough there as it is. Nothing?
That?
Nothing?
What? Oh, are you asking me or James?
I was just doing one of my usual Suncorp Stadium rants.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it makes a certain amount of sense to have Suncorp as the major venue, just from a logistics point of view. I don't know what it's like in Sydney now, of course, but to get to Suncorp Stadium is a lot easier than what it used to be to get to the main grounds in Sydney, and I think that's got to contribute to home bases and headquarters and the likes. Yeah.
Getting to anything in Brisbane is easier than getting to anything in Sydney.
Yeah.
Anything that I do, anyway. Yeah. I've been to quite a few gigs and festivals. Travelled down to Sydney or Melbourne for it, and Melbourne was great as well. Melbourne was, we used to just walk out right outside the hotel in Melbourne, right on the doorstep or the lobby, right outside the lobby, tram station. Hop on the tram. Dropped out right outside whatever that big stadium's called in Melbourne. That's when I went to see Kiss and Motley Crue. Yeah, another tangent. So Just very quickly, if you were to add another team, Dan, asked Robert, where would you base them? Well, you were keen on Ipswich, weren't you?
Yeah.
You thought Ipswich should have got the nod.
Area, yeah.
Where would I base them?
And I think we should bring back the old Logan City Scorpions.
Oh, God. What about North Sydney Bears?
Bears, yeah.
You know, they're talking about...
they don't play at North Sydney.
Well, that's the thing I was going to say. They've said that they would consider bringing back the Bears, but it wouldn't be based in North Sydney. Like, they'd be a hybrid team based out of Perth or something like that.
Okay.
So, which defeats the purpose, I would have thought. You may as well just have a new team. I get it. They'd sort of be going for the what's the word? They'd be going for the familiarity, I suppose, of the brand.
Yeah.
But I think it's ridiculous. I mean, haven't they tried things like that in the past with, let's try and keep the connection? I mean, not rugby league necessarily, but let's keep the connection to the brand. But it was just like, no, this is not, it's not the same. It's not it. And fans backlash. They rebel. They don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. I don't think they'd base a team anywhere like Tasmania or Darwin, would they?
No, Tasmania.
For one-off games, but I don't think they have the consistency of attendance, would they?
You wouldn't think so. And also, like, didn't... I mean, wasn't that... I might be wrong, but hasn't cricket sort of shown the way with Tasmania? That they get the test, they get a good turnout for the test, but that's about it. The one or two tests they get per season. Yeah, I don't think you could do it with any consistency. The Darwin Crocs.
Yeah.
Adelaide, well, they've tried Adelaide. Well, Super League did.
During the war, wasn't it?
Super League did. It'd be interesting to see what would happen to some of those teams now, because obviously it was very difficult with the Super League war.
Yep.
It was a bigger fight for traction because you had the two rivals within the same code. So, but it'd be interesting to see some of those teams come back with a united competition.
Yeah, well, there's people wanted them back. Perth put in a submission when the Rugby League were talking about expansion, the Perth Pirates.
The Perth Pirates?
Yeah.
UFC OnlyFans, ahoy, mate, by the way. Sorry. I did see you there, but I was in mid-conversation. He's bragging about the tipping comp, even though we're on the same points. I've got a terrible margin, though. My margin got screwed up by the bloody Knights in round one. They love their AFL in South and West Aussie and Melbourne. Why do we have a team in Melbourne? I mean, this is not something to get into, but why do we have a team in Melbourne? The rugby union as well. Well, the rugby union team is on the brink of going into administration. The Melbourne Rebels. They're not going to be around much longer. They'll be going the way of the Western Force. But that was that's a whole story for another time. How the Melbourne Rebels got picked to remain over the Western Force, I will never know. So 5 minutes till kickoff. Are you catching the game, or are you heading off?
I'll probably head off, I think.
Yeah.
Getting old.
Yeah, you've got a nice comfy chair there. The only issue with Perth Warriors would have to travel 6 hours to Perth. Exactly. The travel to Perth is a killer, isn't it?
Maybe they could leave their games for Magic Round.
Yeah. UFC, I'll explain how the margin works during the upcoming game that will be starting very, very soon. Manly Sea Eagles, Sydney Roosters, and then after that, the Dolphins versus the Dragons. Old Panther, thank you very much. Is there anything else that you've got there in your notes that you want to?
No, we're going to do some more research on rivalry, aren't we?
Rivalries is a good topic. If you've got any topic ideas that you'd like us to talk about that you might be interested in, do let us know. Magic Round will be taken to the USA soon. They will not be taking Magic Round off Suncorp Stadium. No chance in hell. Can you imagine the pissing and moaning out of Brisbane if they took Magic Round away? No, there might be an extra round of games. There might be a Magic Round USA edition, but trust me, they are not taking that off Suncorp. No way.
Too much money involved there.
Yeah, no way is that happening.
They had a woman phoned into the radio station the other day about hotel accommodation.
Mm-hmm.
She came down to Brisbane from up north somewhere back in July, and it cost her $150 a night to stay in a hotel at Fortitude Valley.
How much? Sorry?
150.
Oh, yeah.
And she's coming down for Magic Round, staying at the same hotel, $500 a night.
Oh, wow.
For Magic Round.
Yeah, right. So it's got the...
Too much money involved now.
Yeah. Wow. he wouldn't have been there. He wouldn't have been there, UFC.
He's what he's got to realise is that I hate Cronulla too, because Penrith and Cronulla came into the comp at the same year, so there's a rivalry there.
Yeah, there's long been a rivalry in our household.
Yeah, no, so I wasn't down there for that.
I think James is right though. I think eventually there will be a more significant weekend in Vegas, but definitely not a removal of the existing Magic Round. More their own thing, and one in New Zealand too. Well, I don't know about that, but it has been talked about. Gus reckons it's a good idea, a Magic Round in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And he seems to know what he's talking about, that bloke, more often than not. So,
well, me personally, I hope that Penrith is never over in Las Vegas. I hope that every year they're over in England for the World Club Championship.
Well, that's what I actually said after the World Club Challenge. After the game, I said at least any sort of positive to come out of it for the Panthers. By not winning, they've still got that tick. They've still got that to tick off their resume. So they've still got that to aspire to. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Old Panther. Your first appearance for season 2024, and will we see you next week? Are we going to do this weekly, or are we going to do this bi-weekly? It's up to you.
You're the boss.
Yeah, you just sing out whenever, and we'll see what the draw looks like. Because
what your listeners think.
Because I'll do this. I want to do this as we did today, a lead-in.
Okay.
To the Sunday games. I thought it was a nice little pre-show to the Sunday games. So I guess we'll play it by ear each week and see if the games on Sunday are even worth covering as to whether we do it or not. The teams are getting ready to come out onto the field here for this one. So I'll be staying on to do the commentary for this one. I believe Old Panther is heading off. Even calls for him to stay. Stay for the game, Papa Smurf. Who's Old Panther got in this game? Roosters or Manly?
Sorry? Oh, I got the Roosters, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Mainly because they're two teams I dislike. And so you have to sort of pick whichever one you dislike the least, I suppose. And I was hoping to see Spencer Linu play, but that got knocked on the head.
Right. Yeah, that did get knocked on the head. And isn't that an interest? Then there's a topic of conversation. Speaking of conspiracy theories, James, do you reckon it's any coincidence that Spencer Linu got 8 weeks when the Panthers, when the Broncos Roosters rematch was in 7 weeks. Tell me that didn't happen. I mean, is that a little bit too much to be coincidental, or?
All right, Dan, I'll sign off.
Okay.
I'm on a promise tonight for toasties.
Ah, right.
Cheese toasties.
What, you're making them?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. Well, I'll say goodbye to everyone.
Yep.
And see them.
See you next time.
Week
Yeah.
or in 2 weeks.
Yep. We'll keep
whatever Dan decides.
Yep. I reckon we'll keep an eye on the draw and see who's playing who, and yeah, we'll work it out from there.
Okay.
All right.
So long, everyone.
Yep. I'll see you out, and I'll be right back. Put this one off because they're still having a chat. All right. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot. All right, Wasted Water Sports, let's go. This game has gone off to a frantic start, hasn't it? So close to the line there, Manly flick pass back in field. Manly have very nearly come away with the points there early. Crazy fast start. Jeez, I didn't even get a multi on for this game. I'm so upset. What a start to the game, though. 3 minutes in. And Manly have very nearly scored. All right, I'm going to try and get the game up on Discord for you all before we get too far. Before we get too far into things here. Awkward bounce at the back, and the Roosters have nearly made something out of that. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Robert. I'll be back on shortly. I'm just trying to organise Discord. And at the moment, while I'm sorting that out, I look ridiculous, so I'm leaving the camera off on purpose. Discord. Where's it gone? Oh, huge tackle in midfield. Oh, and he's hurt himself, the cheese. No, he's all right. He's all right. It looked like he was hurt for a second. Dominic Young, anytime try scorer. That's got to be a gimme. Penalty to the Roosters. I thought Cheese hurt himself here, put in a big hit on Brooks. Massive hit there on Luke Brooks. All right. We're getting this sorted out slowly but surely. I can probably come back on now. There we go. Ahoy there, everybody. We run a very professional, tight ship around here. That's what happens. And, yeah, I'm on top of absolutely everything. All right, there we go. Roosters put it through the hands, nearly make a break, and it's a 6 again. They're hot on the attack. I've gone Roosters in this game. Cheese from dummy half. Nearly gets through. Plenty of tackles up their sleeve. They're in the attacking zone. Mr. Ed's dead. How are you there, mate? From the NRL website, UFC is where I got Reece Walsh's stats from last year from. Through the hands, good shape out to the right here. The Roosters, Tedesco puts the kick through for Dominic Young, and he drops it. He drops it. He got an awkward bounce. He's a big man, and it bounced over his head. Geez, wouldn't that have just been glorious? Since I literally just said Dominic Young is a lock for any time try scorer. There he is, coming within a whisker. Coming within a bead of his dreadlocks of scoring a try there. Who's made this challenge? It would have to be the Roosters, I guess. The Roosters challenging... Well, did they even challenge? I don't think they challenged. I think the referee has just decided we'll take a look at that one, thanks, for some reason. It might not have been a knock-on. Dom Young, knock-on, is the call. Mr. Ed's Dead says, now rooting for the underdogs. I cheered for the Eagles last game. It would be... I can tell you that the bookmakers had the Roosters as the favourite for this game. So if you were to go for the underdog, you would be going for the Sea Eagles again. No 7-tackle set here for the Sea Eagles. But they do get the ball. They go to the right from the scrum. Is that Holy Moly? The Holy Moly Olakau'atu. They stay down the short side. Cherry Evans has got nowhere to go. Cuts back infield. Bobsy says, as a Roosters fan, I happily put money on Manly 1-12. Nah, Roosters are winning this. Roosters are winning. UFC says Roosters started weak. Through the hands, Saab into space. Dominic Young slides across, cuts him off. Was it Saab? I don't know. Damn it. I don't have my team sheets up. Going for all the underdogs, Mr. Ed's there. Fifth and last. Sea Eagles put it high. Contestable. Tedesco knocks it on. Was he impeded, Tedesco? This should be a try. Did he get it down? We're going to have a look, says the referee. But this could be the first try. Now, was Tedesco impeded? That's what we need to look at. Did he get the ball down? Let's see. Okay, Tedesco, no. He was impeded by his own player there, if anything. It was his own teammate, Victor Radley, it was, I think. Victor the Inflictor. Kind of got in the way a little bit. The ball falls back for Manly. Dummy. Did he get it down? Croker, is it? Yes, he did. He got that down. Holy moly. Olakau'atu is indeed playing in the second row. Oh, was Tommy Turbo onside there? That's something to look at as well. Oh, Jesus. Tedesco did make contact with him. Was he onside as well is the other thing I want to look at. Sorry about that, Mr. Ed. I just fixed it up. We're not apparently looking at the Tommy Turbo onside, offside, so that's obviously been cleared. It's been cleared because Ruben Garrick's taken the shot at conversion. Try confirmed. Garrick converts. Look at how light the sky is. The goalposts blend in. So try for Lachlan Croker. Great start from Manly. Oh, Tommy's offside there, isn't he? Turbo's offside there. By a step. Surely. Wow. Okay. Well. That one's gone the way of Manly early on. Tommy Turbo was offside there, I'm sure. Not by a lot, just a step. Holy moly, Olakau'atu takes the ball up from the kickoff. Now, UFC, the other thing that I was going to share with you was how the margin works in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. One game a week, you select a margin. So that obviously is your prediction for not just selecting the winner, but also picking the margin of victory. And how that works is, okay, so for example, in round one, I tipped the Knights to beat the Raiders because that was the margin game. I picked the Knights by 14, I believe. And didn't Canberra win by like 20 points or something? Smashed them. So I started, my margin for that game was the 14, minus the 14 that I picked Newcastle to win by, with the addition of whatever Canberra won by. So I pretty much started with a margin of like 45 points. You want that to be a lot smaller. You want that margin to be as close to zero as possible. J. Joe, ahoy there, mate. And so what happens, like at the moment, we're both on 7 or 8 points. They then use the margin to dictate. That's the separator. That's the tie separator, is the margin. And so your margin is better than mine at the moment, substantially. So Roosters have the ball back. Anyway, after that unnecessarily long-winded explanation of how the margin works in Wasted Water Sports tipping, the Roosters have earned a penalty. They put it through the hands. And now down the left-hand edge goes Tupou. Tupou steps back in field. And it's an easy try. The Roosters go bang and hit straight back. If you never selected the margin, it would have defaulted to 0. Zero is the default. So you... Whereas I've picked margins and been horribly wrong. So, out of the Knights-Raiders game, for example, I picked the Knights to win by 14. And let's just say the Raiders won by 20. I don't know. I can't remember what the final score was. But say the Raiders won by 20, so my margin becomes the 14 that I picked for Newcastle and the 20 that the Raiders won by. My margin becomes 34 after that game. Your margin, because you didn't pick one, defaulted at 0. So you also picked the Raiders to win. So your margin would become 20. So if we're tied on points, you've got the better margin because you were closer to the final score. So you don't have to pick a margin. You can leave it at 0 every week if you want. It really doesn't matter. But then if I start getting them right, I get closer and closer. My margin starts to come down, down, down. Sam Walker from the conversion pushes it past the far upright, and it remains 6 points to 4. He's very lippy after 2 rounds, isn't he, James? He's getting very lippy. David Rucker Davison, ahoy! How are you doing there, mate? It's all good. We love the banter here at the Wasted World of Sports. This is a place, this is a YouTube community where you're not going to get in trouble for a little bit of banter. We love it. This is probably one of the only YouTube channels where you can have a bit of friendly banter and have a crack at the host and get away with it. 6 points to 4 it is. The Roosters have the ball from the kickoff. Hometown music, ahoy, mate. I'll tell you what I have been very impressed with about the Raiders and where they have really surprised me so far this season. Now, let's be real about the Raiders. They've only beaten the Knights and the Tigers. Let's not get carried away just yet with the Raiders. But what I will say, I am extremely impressed with their completion rate. As Roosters go through the hands again, down the left-hand edge with great shape. And Swalihi nearly penetrates through. 5th and last, Roosters. I've been so impressed with their completion rate. They have been completing at pretty well over 90% for most of those first 2 games. I mean, that is insane. Not even the top teams have been completing at the rate the Raiders have been. I've been very impressed, I've got to say. I still predict that they'll be down the bottom come the end of the... Especially if Hoskin ever goes down injured. But very impressed with their completion rate. David reckons that Manly will win. Roosters 20, Manly 28. Well, we'll see how that plays out. 6 points to 4 at the moment. My red hot tip is Dominic Young, anytime try scorer. J. Joe says Manly by 2. Cheese looking like the cheese of old. Looks completely gassed after 14 minutes of play. Radley with the inside pass. Nat Butcher, who's on the field. Sam Walker out the back to Tedesco. Tedesco dummies. Puts the offload through. And they're in with a chance here. The Roosters' terrible offload goes to ground. And now Tommy Turbo's up and away. You'd love to see Tommy T in full flight. It was on there for the Roosters. Just pushing the pass. And the ball pops free. Vopsy says Roosters by 72. That's how much faith he has in his own team. Even I've got more faith in my team than that. Vopsy, come on, mate. Don't forget, very intriguing game coming up next, right after this one. Dolphins versus Dragons. Cherry Evans runs to the line, looks for a gap. Nothing doing there. Solid defense in midfield. Holy moly, gets through one. Drags Carey with him. 5 meters out now. 5th and last. They've gone 81 meters upfield. They get a 6 again on tackle 5. Oh, that's a coach killer. Roosters, what are you doing? An absolute coach killing moment. A 6 again in your own red zone on tackle 5. Aioli Sauce takes it 5 meters out. Manly can just settle things down here. Brooks runs across with shape to Tommy Turbo. The pass out to Talau. TT, Tommy Talau. And he's bundled into touch and drops the ball. They can take their pick here, the Roosters. Great defense from Dom Young. Oh, he's copped it. He's copped it from Tedesco coming across in cover defense. Bopped him on the head. Please don't tell me this is going to be a penalty. Bonds says Roosters to win. AFBOCC, ahoy mate. Xavier Coates scored the greatest try in NRL history. Well, it was certainly very good. And it also won my multi. My first multi for the year. Thank you, Xavier Coates. Oh, that ball's been knocked free from Tedesco. It'll be interesting to see what the call is here. Gamer Mel. Wasted World of Sports. NRL tipping competition leader. Currently. Gamer Mel. Oh, how are you feeling after last night, Gamer Mel? That must have been heart-stopping stuff. A few nervous moments there for Melbourne Storm supporters. There's something about the Warriors, isn't it? I always talk about how everyone's got their bogey team. And for the Melbourne Storm, it seems to be the Warriors. UFC says, I would like to retract my outlandish and outrageous statements. Which ones? It was a pretty good try. I think it is a stretch to say that it was the greatest ever. It was very good. Certainly the best try of the weekend. Tupou has the ball now. Getting back to the game. Tupou's got the ball. Fifth and last on their own 30-meter line here, the Roosters. The kick down to Cola. And Coca-Cola brings it back. They're trapped in there. Good finish to the set, really, for the Roosters. Good kick, good chase. Ben Trebojevic takes it up to halfway. Nah, greatest match winner, Nathan Cleary, grand final last year. But that could just be personal bias. Short, flat pass from Brooks. Nearly creating some space there. Now Tommy Turbo's up in the line. Malcolm, ahoy there, mate. Who went in for Manly? Not me. I've tipped the Roosters here. Oh, sorry. You're not asking about tipping. You're asking about try scoring. Lachlan Croker. Lachlan Croker, mate. My apologies. We were just talking about the tipping contest, so I got confused. I thought we were talking about tipping still. Yes. The Roosters through the cheese, bring it outside their own 20. He's still going the cheese. Oh, and then he is thumped to the ground by Aioli Sauce. That was a huge tackle. Penalty. Penalty to the Manly. How many penalties have we seen this season thus far that have gone against the attacking team? Penny, ahoy there. Go Roosters. We have seen so many penalties against the attacking team. And there's another one. Manly. On the back of that, they have a red-hot chance here 10 metres out from the line. A full set of 6. Trebojevic onto Cherry Evans. Holy moly, standing out in centre. Playing second row, but standing out in the centres at the moment. Cherry Evans, dummies inside, goes out to Brooks. Brooks, dummies and goes on his own. Oh, he's looked threatening in this Manly jersey. Brooks. Trebojevic, Tommy. At dummy half, out to Cherry Evans. Cherry Evans on the wraparound. Flick pass back inside to Holy Moly. Olakau'atu. And Wong's got to be careful there, being the third man in. Jake Trebojevic out to Brooks. Oh, what a tackle there. Racing up out of the line and shutting that down. Fifth and last, the kick from Brooks is regathered at the back by Lindsay Collins. Lindsay Collins in the slips. UFC Only Fam says, I haven't watched a live game in 2 years. I just listen to... Oh, we'll come back to that because there's been an intercept. And away goes Paulo. Keeps the ball alive. Brooks has got it in midfield. They must score here, Manly. The pass out to an unmarked Cola. And Coca-Cola scores in the corner. Counter-attack play from Manly. Luke Keary pops it out. It's bounced and intercepted by Jackson Paulo. And Paulo does not get tackled. Keeps the ball alive. Swings it out to Luke Brooks. And Brooks sums it up perfectly. 3-on-2. Draw and pass is all that was needed. Summed up perfectly by Brooks. Well fed on by Ben Trebojevic. And Kohler dives over in the corner, unmarked. And Manly extend their lead. 10 points to 4, kick to come. Oh boy. Great start from Manly. They're certainly stringing some play together. I've been impressed with how Manly have started. I mean, they were solid in Vegas. They've started well here again this week. All right, so UFC. UFC was saying, I haven't watched a live game in 2 years. Just listen to you and multitask. Cheers. I'll raise my stein to that. Raise my stein. By the way, I'm actually raising my stein. That was not a euphemism for anything. Robert M says, did you see before, Dan? Vobsy said he put the house on Manly. I did. And he's a Roosters supporter with no faith in his own team. Less faith than I have in my team. I'm notorious for not backing my own team. But Vobsy taking it next level there with that prediction to put the house on Manly. Well, they are doing all right at the moment. Conversion is missed from the sideline. And it remains 10 points to 4. Paseka with the hit up from the kickoff. I thought I was really bad with not supporting my own team. You know what it is, though, sometimes? And I totally get this. I completely get this. Sometimes it's all about reverse psychology. Do not underestimate the power of reverse psychology, right? You convince yourself your team's going to suck. Oh, as they've thrown a forward pass here, Manly, from dummy half. Lachlan Croker. You don't very often see those get called. You can get away with them sometimes. Jeez, that was a rough call. I have seen more forward passes than that that they let go. Never underestimate the power of reverse psychology. I used to do it all the time. You convince yourself that your team's going to suck, and that way you are secretly, of course, going for them. But outwardly, you're making it seem like they have no chance. You set yourself up for disappointment. I mean, no, hang on. What am I trying to say? If you go in with low or limited expectations, you can't be disappointed. You might get a nice surprise, though. I think Vobsy is severely underestimating how good his team will be this year. Speaking of, cutout pass puts Tupou into space. Tupou gets inside the 20 on tackle 4. Chance here for the Roosters to hit back and square things up. Victor Radley in midfield goes to ground and takes the tackle. Fifth and last. Short side they go. Back inside to Tedesco, and Tedesco scores. James Tedesco hits back for the Roosters. Some great little interplay. Outside, and the tap-on pass. Well, not tap-on, but very quick hands. Back inside to Tedesco. And just like that, the Roosters are back. 10-8 kick to come. A push pass. Thank you, Brandy Alexander. 10 points to 8 kick to come. The Roosters are scoring very easily down the other end. James pointed it out after the first try. And said that was too easy. And they've now done it again. That was way too simple for the Roosters. Some worrying signs there if you're a Manly supporter. Is that Warren Ryan beside Brandy? As the conversion hits the post and goes through. Sam Walker did his absolute best to miss that. Are you talking about in the commentary? Warren Smith. That's his name, isn't it? Warren Smith. The commentator. James Tedesco's been on fire to start season 2024. Great news for the New South Wales Blues because presumably he's going to get selected. Or will he? It's a fresh start for the Blues. I actually say, honestly, I say clean house. Let's not turn this into Origin talk, but UFC only fans, I was saying during the Generations vodcast with the old Panther that that there is no plausible way. There's an almost 0% chance that a Wayne Bennett coached team is going to be that crap 2 weeks in a row. He will have kicked the bejesus out of him at training throughout the week, and I think the Dolphins win. I cannot see a Wayne Bennett coach team being that miserable 2 weeks in a row. And the Dragons in round one. Through the hands go the Roosters again. Manu puts the step on. Oh, we thought it was on again there. I thought it was on. Anyways, I'm tipping the Dolphins to win, basically. Long story short. Dolphins to win, I believe, today. Manly have the ball back. 10 points all. Wayne is on a wild salary, I can only imagine, and I dare say that he's worth every penny. I would say. But we love a good tangent, James. We love a good tangent. Croker to Tommy Turbo. Tommy Turbo, a fit and firing A fit and firing turbo is a very good sight to see indeed. Cherry Evans puts it high. It's a good kick chase. It's well taken by Tupou. And the Roosters have it. This is going to be a tight game, but Manly need to fix their goal line defense. The Roosters have just scored way too easily when they've been on the attack. Through the hands again out to the right. Manu sizes it up. Tries to get the arms free for that flick pass, but he's well wrapped up by Ben Trebojevic. Walker out to Collins in midfield. Collins bursts through. Takes 3 defenders to bring him down. Fifth and last. Cheese goes to the left where Keary waits. Puts it high. The kick chase is good from Tupou. Tupou tries to tap it back, and he's lucky he didn't get a hand on it, or he could have been penalised. And Manly come down with it. And they can look to bring it out of their own territory. J. Joe, yes, Michael Maguire has taken over the head coaching role of the Blues as Manu races up on Brooks. Misses him, and Brooks nearly scampers away. Tackle for Manly. They're not even up to their 40 yet. Cherry Evans will go for the early kick from inside the 40. Dom Young's back to collect it for the Roosters. Fires it into midfield across the face of the post. And Tedesco looks at options. Takes on Ben Trebojevic. And Trebojevic chops him down. They're good tacklers, those Trebojevic brothers. Dom Young puts the ball out to Manu. Manu steps inside Brooks. He's taken down by Kohler. Tackle 2. Roosters 40 out. Here is Big Jared. JWH. Straight into it. Roosters in midfield on tackle 4. Right on halfway. Smack bang on the halfway line. Cheese comes to the right. Walker dummies almost goes through. But he's cut in half by Brooks. And Waddell. Corey Waddell was there. Fifth and last. Keary puts it high. Pressure on the kick chase. It's knocked forward by Manly. And that's a result for the Roosters. Sam Walker's down in back play. Was he hit late? No, it was just that solid tackle where he got folded in half by Luke Brooks and Corey Waddell. Oh, now, was this tapped back by the Roosters? Yes, it was. It was not knocked on. Well, my question is, why was that not a penalty? Will Kennedy got penalised for tapping the ball back without making an attempt to catch it in round 1, remember, for the Sharks. And I questioned that call at the time. And I've never seen it called again. Cherry Evans with the double pump. Puts Garrick into a little bit of space. Garrick looks for the flick pass. And it's been touched off a Rooster's hand. So that will be Manly ball. Manly will retain possession. Very lucky for them. 10 points all inside the last 10 minutes of this first half. It's been a great first half so far. The game just waiting for somebody to take control. Will it be a Luke Brooks? Will it be a James Tedesco? Here is Brooks. Brooks dummies and goes straight through. Support on the inside. And this must be a try for Manly. Oh, what's he done? He's passed it. It's still alive. And now Manly have absolutely dead set butchered this. Oh, Carl Lawton. What was he thinking? Holy moly, Olakau'atu was throwing his hands up, pointing. And all he was doing, I think, was saying, run around to the post, run around to the post. But Lawton thought he was putting his hands up to take the pass. An unnecessary pass to Holy Moly. And the play's fallen to pieces. What a goof! What a great big goof. Bombed it. Dead set bombed it. Manly using a captain's challenge here. They're hoping that the Roosters have got a touch on this. Oh, they might be hoping that this is an early tackle. They're hoping for something here. Anyway, Manly, something, anything, because they've just bombed a try. They're hoping for any respite here. Victor Radley, what does he do? There is no way that was an early tackle. No way. Unsuccessful challenge. Yeah, there was absolutely no way that was an early tackle. Common sense prevails there. Common sense eventually comes through, and the Roosters will have this scrum feed. But Manly, oh, they left the try out there. I still don't understand, in all honesty, why Carl Lawton passed that ball. I mean, he did not back himself at all to make the try line there. I do see on the replay that there was defense around him as Dom Young puts the pace on, gets around Luke Brooks, kicks for himself. It's tapped it forward. Keeps it alive, and this will be called a knock-on, I dare say. I don't think you can tap the ball forward like that anymore. Without control. Yeah, he did not need to pass that ball. I mean, I think he should have... He didn't back himself at all. Dominic Young has done extremely well there to stay in the field of play, but just once again, doesn't quite get the bounce of the ball. Incredibly athletic play there from Dom Young. But yes, you can't do that. You can't tap the ball forward for yourself. It's deemed a knock-on. You've got to have control. So it is Sea Eagles ball. 7.5 minutes to go. We're still locked at 10-all. Great game, this one. This has been a really enjoyable watch. Holy moly, Olakau'atu. He almost pokes his nose through. Just brought down. Brooks in midfield to Tommy Turbo. Sizes up the options. Runs at the line himself. Is taken down by the Roosters defense. Joey Manu leading the way. Brooks again in midfield. To Waddell. To Lawton. To Cherry Evans. And holy moly again beats the first defender. Keary holding on for dear life. Fifth and last. They go short side. Cherry Evans is there. Cut out pass. And Paulo goes to ground, but it's a penalty. Pressure on the neck. Take the two. Take the two. It's a long way out. It would be a penalty kick from the sideline. Certainly no guarantees of the 2 points. Crusher tackle. Pressure on the neck. However you wish to describe it. Tupanua's on report, and Manly tap and go 10 metres out. I don't even know who that is. Oh, it's Ethan Bullymore. Okay. Cherry Evans looks to switch direction. Racing up out of the line there. Sam Walker cutting off his options. Tackle 2. 10 out from the line here, Manly. To the left they go, Brooks. Dummies inside to Ben Trebojevic. Goes inside to Tommy Trebojevic. Manly are close here. 10 out from the line. Lawton fires it out. Crash ball for Bullymore. Centimetre short now. Manly on tackle 4. Lawton to Cherry Evans. Puts the grubber kick in for holy moly. Tupou's dropped it. It's still alive. Luke Brooks on the wraparound, and Luke Brooks scores in the corner. Tupou spills it. Luke Brooks runs around, wraps around the player who picked it up, and scores in the corner potentially. No, what's happened here? He's been deemed to have gone into... He's put a foot on the line. Oh, Luke Brooks has just put a foot in touch. No! Oh, that's so close. Millimeters in it. Oh, heart-wrenching there for Luke Brooks. Devastating there. But Manly have the ball. There was no advantage, so we've gone back for the knock-on. Manly will have it from the knock-on by Daniel Tupou. That was a double goofy, indeed. Cherry Evans to Holy Moly Olakau'atu. He's looked threatening. Oh, and it's a forward pass. The Cherry Evans double pump. Held it up just a little bit too long there, Cherry Evans. Delayed the pass. That fraction too long. And Manly. Scrappy again. Yeah, that was forward. Forward by Cherry Evans. It's goofs galore out there at the moment. Oh, Jesus. I've nearly smacked myself in the face with the microphone. It's goofs galore out there at the moment. And now I'm getting in on it. Getting in on the act. Roosters off the hook. Joe Mano says, Eagles, this is your game. They've got to stop butchering tries. They could have been ahead by so much here, Manly. Roosters bringing it out of their own end. Nat Butcher. From dummy half, Sam Walker gets it out to Manu. Sandon Smith's on the field. The Cheese has gone off for a rest. An early halftime break for the Cheese. Fifth and last, back to Walker. Puts it high. How's the kick chase? It's good. Pressure on Tommy Turbo. Swaley, he spills it. Manly come away with it through Brooks. 10-all. Looks like we're going in locked up at halftime. Looking more and more likely. Tommy Turbo keeps it alive now to Ben. Ben Trebojevic is tackled just shy of the halfway line. Tackle 2 for Manly. Jake Trebojevic in midfield. Always gets through the hard yards, Jakey. Stepping their way through the Manly forwards, trying to gain some extra meters. Cherry Evans now puts the step on, and it opens up for Bullymore. Warrior Hargraves gets there. Fifth and last, they stay short side. Cherry Evans to Holy Moly. Pops the pass out to Paulo. Fires it back in field to Cherry Evans. Beware, the second kick has gone 20 metres backwards and into touch. Oh, Cherry Evans. Talking about players who are rocks or diamonds. Cherry Evans has just kicked it 20 metres backwards. It's gone into touch. It's going to be Roosters' ball, and Manly have lost ground, all in the same play. Huge defence in midfield, though. Crunching tackle on Tupou. And now another big one on JWH. They're looking to make up for that mistake, Manly, and keep the Roosters pinned down here. They don't want to give them a last opportunity before the halftime siren. Radley to... JWH has dropped it cold. Oh, God, it's goofy time everywhere out there as this half has just descended into chaos. Manly will get one last crack here before the halftime break. Look at the... Honestly, look at the rolling commentary. The rolling commentary. Error, Luke Brooks. Error, Daniel Tupou. Penalty. Error, Dominic Young. And now it's going to be error, JWH. Unbelievable. Errors everywhere. And it was an error from DCE, even though it won't get listed as one. He just kicked it backwards. But anyway, 30 seconds left. Manly will have a couple of tackles left to have a crack. Maybe even take a shot at Droppy. Is there a Droppy on here? Let's see. Well, it won't be Nathan Brown who kicks it. Through the hands they go. Ben Trebojevic taken down. And it's a penalty. And they immediately say, take the two. The two fingers went up from all the Manly players. From prop to fullback. The two fingers went up in the air immediately. You know what the call is. With time up on the clock. And a penalty right out in front. You take the two. I mean, it's not even in debate at this point in time. This is a clear take the two scenario. Take the two. Cherry Evans is wiping off his face to get ready to take this shot at goal to put Manly ahead going into the halftime break. 12 points to 10. One thing I will say, Manly, just to sum up that first half, Manly certainly controlled better the possession and territory. Oh, Cherry Evans isn't even taking the kick. It's Ruben Garrick, of course. Manly definitely dominated or controlled, I should say, possession and territory. But the Roosters, when they got down in range, iced both of their opportunities very, very easily. That's the concerning thing for me. If you're on the Manly bandwagon, that is my concern, is how easily the Roosters scored their two tries. Manly have had to fight and niggle for every point. The Roosters have just got the ball, and when they've got the ball down the other end, they've just gone, yeah, thank you, easy. So that would be a little bit concerning. That's something that Manly will certainly have to address in the changing sheds at halftime there. They definitely have to work out their goal line defense. Certainly has been far from impressive. Just way too easy for the Roosters there and their try scoring efforts. Oh, what have we got here, James? A perfect round and $3,000. Wow. That's looking good. Impressive there, James. It's AFL, yes. Yes. It's AFL, so I don't know, but it's clearly looking good. Joe Mano says, go Eagles. Thumbs up. All right, Wasted World of Sports, half time here, 12 points to 10 in what's been a great game of footy so far. I've really been enjoying it, even though none of my teams are involved. It is still a fantastic watch. Both Manly and the Roosters are bringing it, and that's making for an exciting contest. 12 points to 10 at halftime. I'm going to have a very quick break, and I'll be right back to sum up that first half right after this halftime here. All right, Waste World of Sports, ahoy. Welcome back for the second half. Manly versus the Roosters on a knife's edge at the moment, 12 points to 10. The Sea Eagles with a slender advantage. It could have been so much more. To sum up that first half, in my opinion, sum it up in less than one sentence. Well, good luck, because we know I love a good chat. But still, trying to sum that up as briefly as possible. Manly controlled possession and territory, but failed to execute on all their opportunities. They clearly bombed one try, and you could argue a second. I think it's unfair to say that Luke Brooks bombed his one, where he put a foot on the sideline, just millimetres in it. But Manly easily could have had another couple of tries for the Roosters, and the worrying thing for Manly will be just how easily their defence was pierced on their own goal line. The Roosters' 2 tries have been very, very simple, and they've iced both opportunities. The 2 opportunities they've had on attack on the Manly goal line, they took them both very, very easily. So if the Roosters get more ball and more territory, they could win this quite comfortably. So it's up to Manly to continue controlling the middle, continue controlling possession and territory. And if they just take some of these opportunities that are presenting themselves, they should do enough to win. But easier said than done, of course. For the Roosters, it's about getting more ball, more quality ball in quality position, because they've shown that once they're down that end, they're going to come away with points very, very easily. Shark Boy, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? The Sharkies are 2 from 2. 2 good, grinding, tough victories as well, the Sharks. I've been very impressed with how my Sharkies are doing so far in season 2024 as Manly make their way down the tunnel and out onto the field for the second half. Hey, I just saw an exercise bike get wheeled across the changing room. I thought, what a great segment, right? What a great segment to do. And yeah, obviously, some people would have, and some people may not have heard the expression "on your bike." You tell someone to get on their on your bike, mate. We should have a segment every now and then where, and maybe when Michelle's here, maybe for Broncos games and Michelle's here, we can have a segment called "On Your Bike," and the chat room has an opportunity to tell us to get on our bike. Whip the exercise bike out and have it there. Super chats. Rather than super chat for a shot, super chat for a, I don't know. It'd have to be a reasonable dollar to kilometre ratio in the time of a footy game. And just think, if Michelle pisses you off enough during the stream, just do a super chat and have her on the bike for the whole game. It needs some work. I admit, it needs some work. Shark Boy says, we're easily going to crush the West Tigers. Oh, don't jinx it, please. The Tigers were awful. The Tigers were absolutely awful this weekend. But, yeah, please don't jinx it. The Sharks are not very good at winning games that they should win easily, traditionally. Halftime here, 12 points down. Don't forget, coming up after this, of course, Dolphins versus the Dragons. That is a game that I've tossed and turned over. A true 50-50 game, that one. I've ended up leaning on the Dolphins at home, and the Dolphins not being so bad 2 weeks in a row, and the Dragons perhaps not being that good 2 weeks in a row. Well, although I don't know how much of it was the Dragons were necessarily that good, or just how pathetically crap the Titans were. Let's have a look at the lineup. Who's in and who's out? This could once again have me swing back the other way. This could dictate where I go. Let's have a look at the team lineup. See if there's been any last-minute changes. All right, so for the Dolphins, Ewan Aiken, Isaiah Katoa, Jake Averillo, and Kurt Donahue are ins. Connolly, Lemuelu, Ray Stone, and Sean O'Sullivan are out. Dragons, Blake Laurie, Christian Tuipulotu, and Luciano Leilua in. Murdoch Masilla and Jesse Marsh out. The Hammer versus Sloan, Asako versus Lomax, Avarillo versus Sully, Farnworth versus Bird, Bostock versus Ravalawa. Smallest. Oh, geez, who do you even give the nod to in the backs? I think Bostock and Ravalawa is the matchup that just tips the backs in favour of the Dragons. Nicarima and versus Flanagan, Katoa versus Hunt. Slight nod there to the Dragons just based on Ben Hunt's experience alone. Bromwich versus Molo, Marshall King versus Little, Flegler versus Laurie, Carfusi versus Eisenhuth, Aitken versus Sewer, Plath versus DeBellin. Slight edge to the Dolphins. Interchange, Kerr versus Mullison, Bromwich versus Molo, Nichols versus Fatala Mariner, Wallace versus Leilua. Pretty even, but maybe just a slight edge to the Dolphins. The experience of Bromwich, Wallace, and Nichols. That's pretty even, though. That's pretty even. This should be another really close game. God, I don't know. The clear advantage to the Dragons is in the halves. As James says, cheerleaders, yes! All right. I'll calm down. It is the halves, James, definitely. The clear advantage in favour of the Dragons is in the halves. Oh, God, I'm so torn. I'm so torn in that game. I'm so torn. The bookmakers have Dragons ever so slightly favourites. $1.84, $2 to the Dolphins. God, I just don't know. I don't know. It's going to be such a tight game. I'm still undecided. I still may change my mind. I'm on the Dolphins at the moment. Just. I might change my mind again. Teams are out for the second half here, though. We've got 40 minutes of this blockbuster to get through before we worry about anything else. Manly have done extremely well to lead by 2. A slender 2-point lead at the break. Whoops. Cheers. Off we go. Manly with the kickoff. Waria Hargraves with the first hit up is picked up and dumped in a 3-man tackle. And that signals intent nice and early there from Manly. And again, a 3-man tackle driving Dom Young backwards. Whatever was said in the changing rooms at halftime, Manly have just come out fired up. And now it's forced the error. A loose pass. And the Roosters continue to lose ground here. Tackle 3, 10 metres out. But you don't find out who's tipped who until after the game, James. That's the only problem with that method. Or do you mean the less tips overall? It does show you a percentage of overall who is backed who, but it doesn't tell you specifically from our competition who is tipped who until after. No, I haven't tried. I don't try stuff like that. Well, okay, so the answer is yes, I have tried. But I don't try in round 2. That's the sort of stuff that I would like to be able to do if I have a certain lead and I'm just trying to maintain a lead over people at the back end of a season. So that's something that I would like to be able to do in like round 20 or something. Not round 2. Through the hands now, and Manly have an opportunity, and they strike Tommy Talau. Manly came out with clear intent. They put on a big defensive set, kept the Roosters pinned down in their own 10-metre zone. They get the ball on attack, and they have started this second half at a gear the Roosters just haven't been able to go with. 16 points to 10, kick to come. The perfect start to the second half for the Silvertails. The Silvertails, as I found out today, that they used to be called. Manu came storming in, racing up on Tommy Turbo, I think it was. And that certainly created the overlap. 100% created the overlap. Three minutes into this second stanza. And it is try time for the home team. 16-10. Kick to come. Garrick puts it right down the middle. And Manly lead 18 points to 10. What a start to the second half. Manly could not have asked for a better opening couple of minutes. Whatever was said at the halftime sheds, it clearly worked. It clearly got their tails up. For the Roosters, a disaster. Back underway, Tedesco with the restart. It hangs in the air. Brooks takes it. Feeds it off to Bullymore for the first hit up. This momentum, it's going to be really tough to stall it. I didn't see the misses, James. I saw enough of the game to see the dropped balls. He made a lot of simple handling errors as Tommy Turbo nearly gets through. Carvey, bar, Ahoy, mate, and a penalty. Turbo taps and goes. Play on. Play on. Tommy Turbo taps and goes quickly. Manly have the ball almost stripped away from Tedesco. They're starting to look a little bit fragile here, the Roosters. Manly well on top now. Well on top. And a try would certainly reinforce that. Another one here. Jake Trebojevic dummies inside, runs on his own. Taken down by Radley and JWH in a two-man tackle. Over in midfield is Nathan Brown in the playmaker role. Holy moly, goes close. Couple of meters out from the line here on tackle 4. Pushed down again. That should be a set restart, really. Oh, they get away with it, the Roosters. They could not afford it. Now the overlap is created again. Manu's come racing up again and exposed the edges. Paulo, or is it Talau, sorry, stepping back in field again. Down that edge. 6 again. Oh, this is disaster for the Roosters. Disaster. Bullymore tries to shrug off the defense. And again, Joey Manu unnecessarily racing up in defense. Brooks inside to Holy Moly. Goes close. He's over the line. He's held up and pushed backwards. No, he was over the line. Go back 10 and play the ball. Brown in the playmaker role again to Cherry Evans. Inside pass to Jake Trebojevic. 5 out from the line. Tackle 3. Cherry Evans to Holy Moly. Flat pass. He's close. Holy Moly. He's on the line. Hey, that's a try in the World Club Challenge. He's just short. It's going up as no try, but this was awarded in the World Club Challenge. Let's see what the call is in Australia. Oh, it's short there, it's short there, it's short there. It's now up off the ground. It's up off the ground. That will be tackle 4. Kavi Bar, Holy Moly is Hamoli Olakawatu. Held up is the call. No try. Tackle 4. There's still a chance here, Manly. 2 tackles left. Boy, I mean, it's an early call, but this would go a long way to winning the game if they scored here. Oh, I know it, James. I know it. I know it. Where's Danjam? Where's Danjam to leap to the defensive wicket? 5th and last, and it's another crash ball for Olakawatu, and this time he gets there. Oh, God, this is going to be very interesting now because Manly have just extended their lead. Olakawatu, he was not going to be denied a try today. The Roosters are under the pump. And at the moment, they are justifying Vobsy's lack of faith. That was poor defense. Olakawatu over the top of 4 defenders. And this is a relatively simple conversion for Ruben Garrick, and Manly are about to lead by 14 points, and this is now a long way back for the Rooster. Ivan Storm, ahoy there, mate. Roosters are down with a player? No. No, they just can't get their hands on the ball. James says, nice try by the New South Wales number 11. Has to be, surely, right? Has to be. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. The TMO has intervened. The TMO has intervened, and don't tell me, holy moly, Olakawatu may have dropped this ball. He regathers it, though. He's lost it there, but he's regathered. Oh, it's no try. It's no try. The Roosters are off the hook. What a let-off. What a huge let-off for the Roosters. The scoreboard resets. 18 points to 10. What a let-off. Take that 4 points off the scoreboard. Take that try away. 22 points to 10 becomes 18-10. Oh, it's still there. All right, that'll update eventually. Roosters, they need to use that. That is a turning point. What was your turning point, Roosters? It was that no try. Off the hook. Now Tedesco. 5th and last, 40 metres out from the Manly line. Walker puts it high. The chase is on, but taken easily at the back. Tommy Turbo, and he beats Keary, and he beats a second, and he almost goes through slowly here, but that's a huge hit. Putting Tommy T down. 20 metres out from their own line now, Manly. On tackle 2, Brooks. They seem a bit... Hey, this could be the turning point in the match, big time, because Manly look a little bit deflated now. They were up. They were so up. And now they, you can see there's just not that same enthusiasm. Early kick here on tackle 4 for Cherry Evans in behind. Dominic Young. No threat of a 40-20. But Young has it. There's a wall of Sea Eagles defense to greet him. James says, every time I watch a match played at Brookvale, all I can remember is Glenn Stewart versus Adam Blair. Now, there's a couple of names. Tedesco from dummy half takes tackle 3. Up to the 40-metre line. And again, a dummy half from Sandon Smith. Sandon Smith, who's on for the cheese. Tackle 4, just short of halfway. Waria Hargraves has been pretty flat today, JWH. 5th and last, on halfway. Walker puts it high. Tommy Turbo, easy take at the back. Looks up, sees a wall of defence, fires it across in front of his posts. And it's Paulo who takes the tackle. 25 out. Big run here from Garrick. Starting to get the front foot again here, Manly. 40 metres out on tackle 2 from their own line. Paseka. Another big charge. Brown in at the playmaker again. What's he doing? Somebody tell Nathan Brown he's not a playmaker. Put your head down and run, son. Brooks dummies almost goes through again. Oh, he's looked so threatening, Brooks, every time he puts that dummy and run on. Cherry Evans puts the kick up. Escort penalty incoming here. And here's another 2 points for Manly if they want it. There's probably no value in taking it, but I just want to say, take the 2. James Tedesco gets up and takes it, but Sam Walker preventing Tommy Turbo to get a shot at him here. Carl Lawton steps up, takes the tap. 6 tackles here in attacking range. Manly have wrestled the momentum back. They looked a little bit flat. They looked a little bit deflated after that try was disallowed. But they seem back now. Nathan Brown, there we go, son. Head down, bum up. And just charge at the line. None of this playmaker nonsense. Brooks runs across the face of the line inside. Trebojevic goes close. 5 out. Quick play the ball. Lawton from dummy half. Goes for a run. Half a metre short now on tackle 4. Manly slow play the ball. Ben Trebojevic looks for options and Brown drops it. You're not a playmaker, mate. Get out of there. Why is Brown standing at first receiver so often and he just drops it cold this time? Somebody get the word out to him that he's not a playmaker. Why are you constantly interfering in at first receiver? Sod off. That'd be my radio message down. Tell Nathan to sod off. Tell him his name's Nathan Brown, not Nathan Cleary. James says very similar to how the Eels came out in the second half, the Roosters are. And the Eels struggled to get momentum back, didn't they? And the Roosters are finding it hard too, hard tracking. They've scored their 2 tries very easily once they've been in position, but getting into position Very difficult. Carey from inside the 40. Taken on the full by Trebojevic at the back. Passes across to Paulo in midfield. And Paulo takes the tackle. In good field position again for Manly. Coming out of their own territory. Starting this set, 30 out. They're just, once again, the second verse, same as the first. They're just controlling possession and territory. Big charge from Paseka, and they're offside here, the Roosters. They are just destroying themselves as well with these penalties. Oh, yeah, James. Ivan Storm says, come on, Roosters. James, yes, he has identity confusion from the other playmaker, Nathan Brown. Good old Nathan Brown. What's he up to these days? Is he still coaching? Brooks to Kohler. Kohler goes close to the sideline. One-on-one strip from Manu. Joey Manu with the one-on-one strip. Is that the big play to turn momentum around for his team? That was a moment, and it's taken Joey Manu a one-on-one strip, but they're pinned down here, the defense of Manly. Tough. Now they've created some space out wide, tapped on by Swalihi, forward and over the sideline. He needed to catch that, Swalihi. Catch and pass. Catch and pass. None of this tap-on nonsense. Oh, the face on Robbo at the moment. If looks could kill, the entire Roosters team would be dead. They would just drop on the field immediately. Swalihi just needed to catch that ball. He was trying for a tricky tap-on that didn't work. It went forward. It missed the man. It went over the sideline. Catch it and take the tackle. At worst, you get another play of the ball. Now, it's a full set of 6 for Manly. 30 meters out from the line. And another opportunity to probably put this game to bed. I'm amazed, just amazed at how well Manly have controlled this contest. Ola Kawatu wants his try. He wants his try back. 5 meters out from the line on tackle 4. Cherry Evans in midfield. Out the back to Brown, to Brooks. Cut out pass to Tommy Turbo in the line. Dominic Young goes for the intercept. It pops up, and it's with Tedesco. Gives it to Young. Does Young have the pace? Garrick is chasing. Garrick looks like he's going to get him. Garrick comes across. Ankle tap is not enough, and Dominic Young scores the runaway try. And boy, did the Roosters need that. DJ Shaq, ahoy, mate. What a time to arrive. Dominic Young and James Tedesco linking up for a runaway try. They looked dead and buried, the Roosters. They looked gone. And Dom Young just taps the ball up for Tedesco, who says, I won't have the pace. I'll give it back to you. And Dominic Young just beats a great effort from Ruben Garrick. A fantastic effort from Ruben Garrick coming across. Just gets his ankle, but it's not enough to drop the big fella. And Dom Young scores. That was my red hot tip. That was my guarantee. Remember, my guarantee at the top of the stream was a Dominic Young try. And there we go. I hope you put some money on it. I hope you had a chance to put some money on it. That brings the Roosters right back into it. Ruben Garrick did extremely well. Yes, he didn't come through with the tackle in the end. He ran the perfect line and he put himself in the best possible position. An extremely good effort. He didn't quite get it, but hats off to him. He gave himself the best possible chance. He's a really impressive player, Ruben Garrick. I'm a big fan. $18 points to 14. The kick to come right on the sideline. Swalihi steps up for the conversion. Kavi Bar, Jared is playing. He started on the bench. And he's been extremely quiet. Swally, he hooks it to the left. And it remains 18 points to 14 in favour of Manly. Hey, jump. Hello. How are you? Hey, how are you going? Hey, how's your day? Who are you going for? Who have you got in this one? Nope, she just wants to go down. She's like, put me back on my chair, you son of a... Runaway try for the Roosters brings them back into this game. Well and truly, DJ Shack asks, how has Luke Brooks been playing? I am so happy for Luke Brooks. He has been threatening every time he runs the ball, within a millimetre of scoring a try. He's had a really good game. Penalty now to the Roosters. The momentum has swung. You can feel it. The crowd at Brookvale can hear it. There's an almost eerie vibe around the stadium, the home side. Their fans can just feel it. That is the sort of thing that swings games constantly. An intercept, runaway try, now a penalty. And the Roosters have it on halfway. Tackle one. Oh, a punch in the runs now. Beats one, beats two, beats three, and still going. A big run from White. And the Roosters are suddenly 20 out on tackle two. Radley crunched into the three-man tackle. Sandon Smith darts from dummy half. Links up with White again, who beats one again. He's over the line. He's held up. Brooks is in there, all over the ball. Tackle four, they're a metre short now. Tapped down by Manly. This should be a penalty. You can't tap the ball down like that out of the dummy half's hands. And a full set of six incoming now for the Roosters. I'm usually an advocate for taking the two, but not here, not now. No way. They've got all the momentum. They tap, they go. And Big Jared. It should have been 10 in the bin. It should have been. It honestly should have been. Carey inside to White. Oh, how enormous has this guy been? Nofahu White, since he's come on. Beats the first up man every time. Carey dummies, runs, loses it. Manly have it back. Oh, Carey. Luke Carey. And a penalty on top of it. Penalty to Matt. The error from Carey followed up with a penalty on the very next tackle. No. I don't care, DJ Shack. I just like saying take the two. As you know. Every penalty gives me an advertising opportunity. Take the two t-shirts. That's why I like it. Manly off the hook. That was a big moment. Do not underestimate that moment now. The Roosters had taken all the momentum back in this game, and now they've just thrown it away. Now some space out to the left. Brooks puts the crossfield kick in, looking for Tommy Turbo. Tommy Turbo wins it, pops it back, and now out wide to the right is Jackson Paulo, one to beat. Gets the pop pass back in field, and it's dropped by the Roosters. 6 more tackles, and now knocked on by Tommy Turbo at the back. First knock on Roosters, and it's all Manly suddenly once again. Tommy Turbo did it well. It was Jackson Paulo on Daniel Tupou there. And Tupou held him up. A one-on-one tackle that had to be made. Lost forward by the Roosters. Knocked on by Tommy Turbo. Manly ball. No, that's all good, DJ Shack. I completely understand. I was just... we know that I love to say take the two is all. No matter what the situation is. Now here's a penalty right out in front for Manly. Speaking of which, Take the two. Take the two. Take the two. Take the two. See, this one does completely make sense. A gift 2 points to put them out by 6 points. Oh, excuse me. James says if you look at the halves connection and grand final teams, Manly with DC and Brooks isn't a bad call. And Lachlan Croker is off at the moment. I think he went off injured. I'm not sure if he's come back on. Maybe he's gone off injured. But Lachlan Croker is not exactly... He's not a superstar, but he's not exactly a schlub either. And Tommy Turbo at the back, that's the makings of a grand final winning spine. Trbojevic, Brooks, Cherry Evans, Croker is not a bad looking spine. If they stay fit, they could very easily make a run. Manly. Successful penalty. And Manly lead 20 points to 14. 17 and a half minutes to go. The Roosters, boy, will they rue that dropped ball from Keary. That was big. A low, flat restart by Tedesco. Sits up nicely for Cherry Evans, who gives it to Aioli Sauce. And Aioli takes the hit up. And it's become... Oh, there's Croker. Okay, Croker's back on. He's all patched up. He must have gone blood bin. Sandon Smith in there for the one-on-one strip. And it's going to be penalised. It's all with the home team again. Ever since that Keary knocked on, it's been all Manly once again. On halfway now, Manly. Oh, a big charge from Paseka. They've got their silver tails up again here, Manly. And the home team looking dominant once more. Cherry Evans on this right-hand side to Tommy Turbo. Out to Garrick. Garrick cuts back in field. Tackle 2. 20 metres out here, Manly. Cherry Evans to Croker. Out the back to Aioli Sauce. Brooks to Ben Trbojevic, who almost goes through. Held up for tackle 3. Croker from dummy half to Jake Trbojevic. Out the back with good shape to Cherry Evans. Cherry Evans looks for the cutout pass. Intercepted by Swalihi. Pops it back into Butcher. And the Roosters just hang on. The Roosters just survive. Another intercept. There was no open space this time, though, for the Roosters. Manly are paying $18 premiership victory, eh? Yeah, I think 18's probably pretty fair. I'll tell you what's ridiculous. I'll tell you what is absolutely ridiculous is what the Broncos are paying. Tedesco with good shape here down the left. Tedesco puts on the goose step. Almost gets through. Just brought down by the collar by Ruben Garrick. Fifth and last. Keary puts it high. Manu chasing through. Manu loses it forward. And Manly dive on the loose ball. Knocked on against Manly. Knock on against Manly is the call. 15 minutes left. 6 points the difference. A full set of 6 incoming. Oh, geez, I'm not sure about that. Knocked on by Manu, I thought was my call live. And seeing that replay isn't suggesting anything to change my mind. And he has fallen on Tommy Turbo's leg. No, no, no. Don't hurt Tommy. The Blues need him this year because we've seen how it all goes without him. Scrum down for the Roosters. Out in midfield. Wong takes the hit up. Tackle 1. 10 metres out here. Smith, dummies right. Comes back left towards the posts. Swalehi put on his back for tackle 2. They're a metre short for the line here. Roosters looking to square things up. Walker, inside it goes to Wong. Wong is tackled. Radley out the back to Keary. Good shape to the left. Harbour Bridge pass out to Tupou. Tupou cuts back in field. Well read by the Manly defence. Tackle 4. They're up quickly here, Manly. Radley in midfield to Collins. Collins takes on Ben Trebojevic. 5th and last. Walker. Cut-out pass is intercepted and Manly have it. Another intercept. 13 minutes to go. Manly ball. 10 out from their own line. Big charge up there from Talau. Penny says, go Roosters. Go Roosters, go Roosters. Boom, Manly got a Roosters. Manly have certainly got them at the moment. Big defensive set here, though. Tackle 4, they're just outside their own 20. Manly, Croker goes from dummy half. Fires it across to Paseka. 5th and last. They've only made it to the 30-metre line. Big kick needed here from DCE. It's straight down the gullet of Tedesco. And Tedesco's got options everywhere. Runs on his own. Takes on Luke Brooks. And Brooks, with some help from Jake Trebojevic, put him down on the 40-metre line. Tupou's back there for a hit-up. Not much of one, but at least he took it. Swalehi looking for a gap. Doesn't open up. Tackle 3, Roosters. Not a lot of distance made. Radley just takes the hit up himself. Inside the 30 now. Walker to the line. Out the back to Tedesco. Tedesco dummies and goes through. He's wrapped up by Brooks and Ben Trebojevic gets across in cover. Nice run from Tedesco, though. 5th and last. 10 out. Walker. Crossfield kick. Looking for Tupou. Tupou's up. It's lost forward by Manly. That'll be 6 again. No, tapped back, says the referee, which I thought you weren't allowed to do. Collins goes to Keary. Keary gets another crossfield kick. This time looking for Dom Young. And it's lost forward. Lost forward by Young. Oh, tapped dead by Manly is the call. And it's going to be a goal line dropout. Oh, I thought Dom Young got hands on that. Penny says, go for the rage. Go for the roo. Manly, I know Manly winning. When is this going to score? Call Manly, Marley, go to. Couple of cramps at the moment. Dom Young and Tommy Talau doing the dual cramping thing that's been going on this weekend. Anti-Frenic, can you stop drinking and commentate? You're welcome to find a channel that's not called Wasted World of Sports, where drinking and gambling's not a big thing. And you're welcome to go over there and be on that one. No one's making you be here. DJ Shack says, I think that was an anomaly, Dan. I think the instance the referee just made a wrong decision. Yes, I absolutely agree, DJ Shack. I just like to make fun of it all the time. It was a really weird call. An extremely odd call. I think the difference is, if you go up with 2 hands, that could be it. That's what I'm thinking. If you go up with 2 hands, it at least, even if you do tap the ball back, if you've gone up with 2 hands, you at least give the impression that you also have the option of catching the ball. I think that would be my interpretation of it. If you go up with 2 hands, you do at least have the option of making an attempt at a clean catch, even if you do decide to tap the ball back. Because that one where Will Kennedy got penalised, he literally just went up with 1 hand and batted it back, didn't he? So It still doesn't make sense. Oh, well, I'm afraid that's the best I've got. That's unfortunately the best potential explanation I've got for it. At the moment, there's time off for a couple of injuries. Ivan Storm, a couple of cramped up players. It is a Manly scrum feed 10 metres out from their own line. Well, the interesting thing, DJ Shack, is his explanation was, that's the new rule. That's the new rule, he said. But then no commentator, no other referee has ever made reference to this supposed new rule ever again. Yeah, it was a really bizarre situation. I'll probably get over it around round 26 or something. Until then, I'll keep going on about it, I'm sure. Tom Trbojevic takes it up over halfway. Tackle 5 for Manly. Cherry Evans puts it high. Pressure on Tupou. He does well. Takes it inside the last 10 minutes. The Roosters have got to go the length of the field again. Swalehi, big defense from Manly. I feel like the Roosters have had their opportunity. That was a huge error from Keary when the Roosters had that back-to-back in the attacking zone. Now the Cheese is back on the field. He has a dart. The fresh cheese legs. Oh no, big mistake now. Wong's dropped it on halfway. Wong drops the ball cold on the halfway line. Manly, this game is in their control. It's only a 6-point margin. We're one intercept, one breakaway upfield from this swinging on its head once again. But at the moment, Manly are just controlling the flow of this one. Wong, what have you done? Scrum down on halfway. Manly go down the short side. Waddell. This could be it. This could be it. 8.5 minutes to go. Tackle 2, Manly. 30 out from the line. Jake Trbojevic inside to Aoli Sauce, who nearly goes through. Josh Aoli. Croker quickly from dummy half inside to Tom Trbojevic. 10 out from the line now. Drop goal. A drop goal from DCE. He's nailed it. 21 points to 14. It's going to be tough now for the Rooster. Cherry Evans back in the pocket. Snaps the drop goal. Even if he missed the drop goal, it would have come back for a penalty. Or maybe not. I thought somebody got taken out. But it looks like it might have been one of the Roosters players was potentially impeded there. Field goal stands, though. 7 minutes to go. Just simple game management and control from Manly. Doing that job. Who tipped Manly in the Waste of Water Sports tipping contest? Short kickoff. Lost forward by Manly. Roosters have a chance. No, it's knocked backwards. The Roosters have just stood there and watched it, thinking it was a knock-on. And Jake Trbojevic dives on the loose ball. Dan Jam, ahoy, mate. How are you doing, buddy? The Roosters all stood off it and look at Manly just rumble upfield now. You've got to play to the whistle, though, James. I thought it was a pretty blatant knock-on as well. But you've got to play to the whistle. The Roosters all just stood back, expecting they were going to get the call. And now, suddenly, Manly are 30 out again. Jake Trebojevic out the back to Tommy. Tommy beats the first up tackle, runs back in field. Dom Young has scored, UFC. He has indeed. 6 minutes to go. Manly just need to keep the ball down this end. Kick into the end goal from Cherry Evans. It sits up for Tedesco, and Tedesco's tackled. 5 out from his own line. He sneaks an extra 5 meters, the cheeky bugger. He stole 5 meters on that play the ball. James Tedesco, the wily old veteran. Now Swally, he tries to get on the outside. Yeah, DJ Shaq, as we have concluded, I think the referee just bolstered up. It must have been a dream or something. Cut out pass to Dom Young. Can't quite stay on his feet and get on the outside. 5th and last Roosters. 40 out from their own line. Oh, Dom Young's now having a crack at Luke Brooks. And that's created the space. Carey knocks it on again. Carey couldn't pick it up. Dom Young was getting into it with Luke Brooks on the blind side. Sam Walker saw it, realised the space was there, put the kick in behind where Brooks would have been. Oh, now Carey's in trouble. This is a terrible game. This is a disaster of a game at the moment for the Roosters. Carey is down. Carey is down, and he is in trouble. What's happened here? Let's have a look. He tries to pick this up. Oh, and he's caught Tommy Turbo's knee. He's fallen into Tommy Turbo's knee. Heel fries. Ahoy, mate. Carey's going to be off for a HIA, and with his history of concussions, he could be out for a couple of weeks. Isn't it? It's a mandatory stand down, isn't it? If you, oh, no, don't tell me he's staying out there. I know he's got the headgear on. He's got to come off for a HIA. He has to. Yes, they're bringing him off. Yeah, I believe it's a mandatory week's stand down if you fail by, if it's deemed to be a certain level concussion. But we'll see. He's been sent for HIA. He's got the headgear. Thank Christ. He's got the headgear on. Inside the last 5 minutes, this one's looking more and more like a Manly victory. This is their game to lose now. This is the Sea Eagles' game to lose. Pulling off the upset. They've just had the complete running of everything here. Manly signaling that they could very well be a premiership threat. Very much so. And it's been lost forward by the Rooster and Manly with 4 minutes to go. Oh, they're just getting set after set after set. Domination of possession. Domination of territory. The 2 times the Roosters had attack inside the danger zone, they scored, and they scored very easily. James asks, what's for dinner? Well, that's a long way away. We've still got another game to get through. Sorry, don't mind me, just pouring myself another drink. We've still got another game to get through. Before I worry about that. And then maybe, depending on how I feel, maybe I'll throw it open to the chat room again. Paseka with the hit up. 3.5 minutes to go. Manly have got this in the bag. Oh, lamb cutlets. Actually, I've got a lamb shank. I've got a lamb shank all cooked up, ready to go. Maybe that's what I'll eat. That sounds good, actually. 3 minutes to go. 2 tackles up their sleeve here, Manly, just to really put an exclamation mark on this game. Tommy Turbo drops it cold. 3 minutes left. It would be an absolute miracle if the Roosters got it from here, but you can't see it happening. Have Manly shaken the tag of faders? Are they the real deal here in season 2024? They're certainly off to a very good start. This is terrible for my wasted world of sports tipping. Oh, Victor Radley tests Wong. Wong goes through the gap. Radley loops around in support. They're up to halfway on tackle 2. That was a good interchange of play there between the forwards. Quick play the ball. Manu into space. Runs across field. Tries to look for a gap to open up. 3 tackles gone now. Tedesco is in the line. Dummies. Passes to Swalihi. Swalihi's wrapped up. And then dumped in a 3-man tackle. 2 minutes left. Walker. Onto the cheese in midfield. The loose pass is dived on by Ben Trebojevic. And that sums it up for the Rooster today. That sums it up. They've not been good. They've really not looked good. Mr. Ed's dead. You've got pork roast in a slow cooker. Barbecue pulled pork sandwiches. Oh, yes. Actually, you know what I might do? I might order a Philly cheesesteak. I love me a good Philly cheesesteak. There's an American restaurant just down the road from me that do immaculate Philly cheesesteaks. That might be what I do. Oh, boy, the Roosters have been disappointing here. 1 minute to go. The kick into touch just to wind down the clock. There will be... Oh, and this has touched the Roosters. There's a deflection off Tupou, and it's going to be a Manly feed. How incredible has it been that everything has just fallen the way of the home side? What a great performance, though, by Manly. When I say that, take nothing away from them. I certainly didn't mean that to take anything away from Manly. They've been awesome today. Awesome. Aioli will take the last hit up. 10 seconds to go. One last play the ball. Croker will just surrender in the tackle. Stand and applaud and be proud. Manly supporters, Manly team. That was a big statement victory. And for the Roosters, that might be a little bit of a scare. A little bit of a worrying sign for the Roosters, because some of that tonight looked a lot like last year. And last year wasn't their greatest of seasons. 21 points to 14 at full time here. Wasted World of Sports. Do not go anywhere. Coming up straight after this, we're staying live because we've got the Dolphins and the Dragons. Dolphins, Dragons, a game that I'm so torn. I don't know who to pick. I've been changing my mind every which way. I still don't know who to go for. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Let's see. I will try and get a bonus bet on here for the next game, though. Ooh, Dolphins are closing in. All right, there's a lot of late money on the Dolphins. It's closing in. It's closing in. Let's see. Popular same game multis. Herbie Farnworth, Hammer, Zach Lomax, and Terrell Sloan. Anytime try scorer. Okay. Which one should I pick? All right, chat room. Which one should I pick? 4 legs. Herbie Farnworth, Hammer, Zach Lomax, Terrell Sloan, or Hammer, Ravalawa, Sloan, Asako. Farnworth, Hammer, Lomax, Sloan, or Hammer, Ravalawa, Sloan, Asako. What do we reckon? Or should I do both? I'll do both. I've got bonus bets sitting there. I've got $26 worth of bonus bets sitting there that I need to use this weekend. And since this is the last game, I may as well put it on both. Okay. A bonus bet for you. Let's see. A $10 bonus bet for you. And a $10 bonus bet for you. Oh, I'll put it on both. Why not? I need to use them. Gotta use them both. All right. Done. So I've got both. We've got Hammer, Ravalawa, Sloan, Asako. Farnworth, Hammer, Lomax, Sloan. So I can only put one of them on the screen. So I'll probably put that one up. The Farnworth, Hammer, Lomax, Sloan. All right, Waste of Water Sports. 21 points to 14 here. Victors, Manly over the Roosters. We're staying live. We're not going anywhere, but I am going to quickly pop off and set up the new scoreboard and everything. So I'll have a quick break, and I'll be right back for the second game. Dolphins, Dragons coming up right here. Waste of Water Sports. I'll see you after this. All right, Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. Double header time, Dolphins, Dragons. We are ready to go. The teams are out on the field. We've set up a cheeky little same-game multi or two. Like I said, I had bonus bets that I needed to use. I needed to get them out of the way. This is the last game of the weekend, so why not throw down? Oh, I really like, well, partially like this black Dolphins jersey. Reminds me of my Crusaders. The rest of it's garbage, though. They should have left out the gold. That's my opinion on the Dolphins jersey. Bollocks off the gold. Black and red looks fantastic, or just red and white for the home strip, or the alternative strip. That would have been the way to go for me. James is sticking with the Dragons. Oh, look at those bloody terrifying Dolphin mascots. That is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. The home side running out onto the park. Oh, jeez, I've been so torn by this game. I have not known which way to go. I've been torn all the way up to kickoff. And I'm still torn. I still don't know which way to lean. A lot of late money has been coming in on the Dolphins. As we get closer and closer to kickoff, the money has really closed up for the Dolphins. Mitchell Vela Sports says, I have got one Wong this round. Was it the Roosters Wong? Siu Wong? There's no worse feeling than sitting on the edge with a tip. Anyways, it's too late for me to change now. I'm stuck with it. Dolphins, Dragons, let's go. Kickoff. The Dolphins get us underway. Nice, big, high kickoff. Nice stadium, this one, out at KO Stadium in Redcliffe. What, about an hour's drive up north for me? Should I wish to venture out there? I don't. But should I do? Oh, this is going to be such a tight game. Go, Dolphins, go, says Mr. It's Dead. Molo with the hit up, tackle 5 now for the Dragons. They've got all the way up to halfway. Hunt puts the kick in. It's taken on the full by the hammer. And he's driven backwards in the tackle as the hammer. Picked up and driven backwards. Solid defense there from the Dragons. Jack Bird up to make the tackle. He's got a new lease of life on his career. Probably happy to have Shane Flanagan back again. I hadn't really thought about that. The fact that Flano's coaching the Dragons and Jack Bird. Well, I say I haven't thought about it, but I think I might have talked about it on stream once. Is KO Stadium in 4K? I think it is, but you need special glasses. Like going to a 3D movie. And the cinema hands out glasses at the door. You've got to pay extra to get the glasses for 4K when you go into this. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right. Both teams get through their first set unscathed. Get a kick away. And complete. Now Flanagan. Short ball off his shoulder. Hits Sully. Slipping into contact there. Oh, don't penalise that. That'd be unfair. Francis Molo with the offload. And the Dragons go up over halfway. So torn in this game. It could go either way. Fifth and last. Back to Flanagan. He goes high. That is a solid kick. Tabuai Fado takes it at the back. And again, he's held and driven backwards in the tackle. He's got speed, of course, the hammer. But once he's caught, they're just driving him backwards. Herbie Farnworth with the hit up. We've got a cheeky little 4-leg multi on this game, hoping for a good result. Tackle 4 for the Dolphins. A Wayne Bennett coach team is not going to be so bad 2 weeks in a row, is my thinking. Now through the hands they go to Farnworth. Asako's in the other one. I can only show one on the screen, is the thing. I've only got it set up for one to be on the screen. Oh, they've let this bounce the Dragons. It bounces awkwardly back towards the Dolphins, but they're just there to grab it. Yeah, so I've got 2 multis. I've got the one that's on screen, Herbie Farnworth, the Hammer, Lomax and Sloan, and I've got the other one that's Hammer, Asako, somebody else, and somebody else. I hope that helps. Hang on, let's see who it is. Ravalawa. Hammer, Ravalawa, Sloan, and Asako, or that one that's on the screen. Fifth and last Dragons, 40 out from the Dolphins line, and Ben Hunt puts it high. This is a much better kick chase. Pressure on Hammer, surrenders a metre out from his own line. The Dragons, ever so slightly, with the advantage early. And now racing up in the defence to keep the Dolphins pinned down here. James has got Lomax anytime try, Asako anytime try, half-time, full-time, Dolphins, Dragons. Big set of 6 defensively here from the Dragons. Fifth and last now, Dolphins only out to their own 40-metre line. Going to take a big kick here. To the short side they go, and Nikarima puts it high. Not looking for distance. Pressure on Ravalawa. Bumps off 1. Bumps off 2. He's still going, Ravalawa. Runs over the top of Nikarima and then surrenders in the tackle. Oh, little Nikarima did extremely well there. It's David versus Goliath out there. A David Goliath battle out there on the left-hand edge. Nikarima put his body on the line. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was audible or not. I'm like, oh god, that was a little bit of a misspeak. Fifth and last again, Dolphins. Dragons put it high. Taken extremely well by Bostock. He gets away. Into space goes the Hammer. 1 to beat. And the Hammer's away down the sideline. And that is an early tick off the multi. And it's an early try for the Dolphins. The Hammer in open space inside the first 5 minutes. But that was all Bostock taking the high ball, slipping away from the tackle. And the Dolphins lead early. Hammer with the try. There's nothing better than getting a tick off the multi inside the first few minutes of a game. It was a great kick from Ben Hunt. It was a great chase from Lomax. Bostock catches it and gets into open space. The Hammer still had some work to do. He still had to beat that covering tackle. But beat it, he did. And he runs away to score. The Hammer in cruise control there. He wasn't even at top speed. He didn't need to be. Try confirmed. That is a tick off both multis. Nice and early. Fabulous start here for the Dolphins. James says there's nothing worse than 3 up on a 4-leg with 40 minutes to go. It makes for a very... No. The worst feeling in the world is being 1 leg away, 1 tick away from winning your multi and you're inside the last minute of the game, and you have to wait for the last 22 seconds as Asako converts. 6-0 to the Dolphins. And they make you wait for the last 22 seconds of the game before scoring. What a start for Uncle Wayne's Dolphins. It wasn't the most convincing of tries, all things considering. I mean, it was a little stroke of luck involved. Poor defense by the Dragons as well. There should have been more cover defense there. But anyway, 6-0 it is. No matter how you get them, they count. As Bromwich brings it back from the kickoff. And the Dolphins, Flegler takes the hit up now. Tackle 3 outside their 20-meter zone here. The Dolphins, Kafusi, chopped down. Tackle 4. Flegler with a second hit up in this set. Up towards halfway they go. Just shy of it. 5th and last. Katoa puts it high. No pressure on the kick chase. Sloan takes it. Passes across the face of the post to Lomax. Lomax tries to step. Caught a little bit high. Incidental contact from Flegler. Bird gets involved. Doing the hard yards out of territory. Ravalawa now takes on Kafusi. There's a couple of big bodies colliding. Great contact there. Big defense from the Dolphins, though. Tackle 4. The Dragons have gone nowhere. Flat pass, almost forward there to Molo. 5th and last it is. Hunt with the kick from just outside the 40. Should be taken on the full. Welcome back, DJ Shack. It is taken on the full by the Hammer. The try scorer. The early tick of our multi-Hammer. Any Super Rugby on today? I forgot about that. Big run from Herbie Farnworth. Up over halfway. This is a good set of 6 here for the home side. Tackle 4. They're getting within striking distance. Short pass there, and it opens up for Ewan Aiken. 10 metres out now on tackle 5. Quick play the ball. Loose pass. Nikorima collects it. Gets the kick across. Looking for Asako to out-jump Ravalawa. And Asako will score. We've got 2 ticks off. 2 ticks off the multi. Not the one that's on screen, but the other one. Jermaine Asako. Was it? Please tell me it was Asako. Yes, it was Jermaine Asako. 2 ticks off the multi. We're going to have a look here. It's not been awarded. It's not been confirmed. Did he get it down? Oh, how nice would it be to have 2 ticks off nice and early in this one? Asako up, uncontested. Plants it down. That is surely a try. What are we even looking at here? Taken cleanly. Asako dumps it down. Oh, that's a try. 2 ticks off the multi. And the Dolphins are on a rampage here. Was it South Park? Was it South Park or The Simpsons where the Dolphins came onto land and reclaimed the earth? That's what's happening here. The Dolphins are on a tear. How good is this multi looking? Hammer, Ravalawa, Sloan, Asako. We've got both Dolphins players ticked off nice and early. Ravalawa didn't even contest. Jacinta, ahoy there. Dolphins, go. You've got this. They're certainly off to a fantastic start. 10-0. Conversion to come from the far sideline. And that's a shocker from Asako. That wouldn't have gone over if there were 6 goalposts in a row. 10-0 it remains. What a start from the home side. Dolphins well on top here. Right, okay. These were $10 bonus bets. They're offering me a $25 cash out. Should I take it? No, that's going to update soon. Because that's the Asako one. So that should update soon. They should give me a better offer than that. I mean, these were bonus bets, remember, is what I'm thinking. These were bonus bets, is why I'm even considering an early cash out. Bonus bets, take the money and run. But then, can you imagine how much I would hate myself if if they ended up getting the other 2 tries? Whoa, what the hell just happened? Jacob Little reeled out of that collision. He's looking hurt as the Dolphins get back up towards halfway. Kafusi with a big charge. Oh, they're just chewing up the meters here, the Dolphins. Katoa with the kick, pressure at the back. Well taken by Lomax. Pressure on the Dragons here. Tackle 2, 10 meters out from their own line. It feels very goddamn bright in this studio. I hate how my lighting just continually changes. I don't like it being this bright. I think that just made it worse. I'm not a fan of the brightness. The brightness. 5th and last, Ben Hunt puts the kick in. Taken on the full again by the hammer at the back. Penny says, go the Dolphins. UFC says, I lost a potential return of $150 last game, so I put 30 on the Dolphins to win by 11-20 to return 180. I need them to slow down. They've got the, dare I say, they've got the fins up well and truly at the moment. And they are going at a pace the Dragons just can't keep up with. Cut out pass, and now space again down the right-hand edge. Asako steps back in field, but is well tackled by Sully. On the attack again. Flick pass back to Nikorima. Fires it across to Bromwich. Bromwich with the goose step. He's tackled 12 out from the line. Quick play the ball. Numbers galore out the left. Big tackle. Solid tackle from Jack Bird. Absolutely floored him. It was a tackle that needed to be made. Big hit on Averillo. Puts him down. Snuffs out any threat there. DJ Shack says, for reference, Dan, there was Super Rugby Women's. Reds played the Drua. Sloan out of dummy half. Looking to get some front football here. Early kick from inside the 40. Ben Hunt looking for the 40-20. Looking for the 40-20. Ben Hunt take a bow. I mean, that is experience. That's where experience comes into play. We're on the back foot here. We're going to change this. It's straight out of the Cameron Smith playbook. From dummy half, tackle 3, kick for the corner, 40-20, nailed it. Ben Hunt. That's the sort of game-winning moments. I mean, forget dropping the ball from the kickoff in grand finals, but that was a masterclass from Ben Hunt. On the back foot, kick and turn the other team around. 40-20, full set of 6 on attack. To the left they go. Flanagan to Hunt to Sloan. Sloan dummies is taken. 10 out from the line on tackle 3 here. Dragons. Hunt again in midfield. Francis Molo just backs into the defense. Settles it down for options this next play. Passing out to nobody from dummy half. It bounces kindly, but there's going to be nothing to launch from that. 5th and last. 10 out. Ben Hunt has it in midfield. Looks to kick. Shapes to kick. Gets the pass away. Penalty to the Dragons as the ball spills loose and it's dived on by Max Plath for the Dolphins, but penalty for offsides. It is so bright in here. I don't understand. I never touch my lights. I never mess around with the lights settings. And for some reason, it's just ridiculously bright in here. Anyway, penalty Dragons. We've got time off for Nicarima here, who's copped a knock. They actually have hashtag fins up on their jersey. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. 10 points to 0 anyway. Full set of 6 here for the Dragons. They tap and go. It's because I'm a star, says James. Thank you, James. I shine light everywhere I go. Jaden Sewer goes close. He's held up. I cannot believe how tiny Cody Nicarima is. 6 again. A ruck infringement. 6 more tackles here for the Dragons. Yep, Nicarima's off. Play's been stopped. Nicarima's been told, you've got to go, mate. You've got to go get that HIA. And that is common sense there. Common sense prevailing. He doesn't want to go, but you've got to go, mate. You look absolutely out of it. He really does not look healthy after that hit. Tackle 1 here for the Dragons. Hunt out to Sloan. Inside ball. Change of direction. Back towards the post they go. Tackle 2. Firing out. Cut out pass to Flanagan. To Sloan. Through the hands they go. Sully steps back in field. Is caught 5 meters out. The defense holds firm here for the Dolphins. Flanagan again. Out the back it goes. And DeBellin gets within a couple of meters of the line on tackle 4. From dummy half, crash ball, and Molo loses it. Dolphins have it. They survive with solid defense there, the Dolphins. Very solid defensive effort. And the Dolphins have it back. 0 tackle. And they can look to just work their way upfield once more. Great defense. It must be said, great defense from the Dolphins. Fantastic effort. Hammer in midfield. Bobbles the ball. Penalty Dolphins. Penalty to the home side. They're playing well. This is what we were talking about. A Wayne Bennett coached team is not going to be crap 2 weeks in a row. It's just not going to happen. Katoa thumps it into touch, and they will start this set 40 meters out from the Dragons' line. Can they go further ahead here, the home team? Bromwich had support off his shoulder from Plath. Couldn't get the arms free. Didn't even look, really, to be honest. Jacinta says, come on, Ben Hunt, kick their a-holes. They are all pumpkin head. Herbie Farnworth looking good, don't you think, Dan? He's looking dangerous. Absolutely, DJ Shaq. Quality player, a big loss for the Broncos. Tackle 4 coming up here for the Dolphins. They're 20 out. Kafusi's off the shoulder. They go out the back to Hammer. To Farnworth. Cut out pass now. 2. Well, it wasn't a cut out pass. They just went out wide too. Asako, and Asako's millimeter short. Hammer in a playmaker. Nichols. Nichols is on 5th and last. Tackled a meter short in front of the post here. Left-hand side they go. The kick into the end goal. It sits up for Lomax. Lomax beats 1. Does extremely well to stay in the field of play there. Zach Lomax surrenders a meter out from his own line. Jack Bird's there for a hit up. Asako and Farnworth both looking dangerous. The whole Dolphins team looking dangerous at the moment. DJ Shack well and truly on top, the home side. Tackle 4, 20 out from their own line. Ravalawa trying to swing the momentum for his team. Ben Hunt will kick. It's charged down. It's off the face. It's off the face. Oh, and it's juggled by Lomax at the back. He recovers. Now flick pass. What is going on? Calm down. It's still fifth and last. And Bird has to get the kick away. And that was a shambles from the Dragons. And the Dolphins have it 20 meters out. The Falcon of all Falcons. Hey, DJ Shack, that one that one certainly doesn't beat that Falcon to Corey Jane in Super Rugby. Waratahs versus the Hurricanes. Through the hands again. They have looked so dangerous down this right-hand edge. This time, the pass just behind Asako. He had to reach back, and that stifled the momentum. Farnworth offloads to Kafusi, to the hammer. Now through the hands they go. Plath goes close. Plath is centimetres short. Fifth and last. Another HIA. Nikorima's already off. And now Marshall King's off. The Dolphins. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. That's terrible. Oh, look at how out of it he is. Hey, looks like me on a Sunday morning. Wow. Oh, talk about rattled. No wonder he's off for a HI. He was completely goofed. He was totally out of it. Kick across field is tapped back into the Dragons players. Handover called. Oh, man. That is knocked him backwards. Whiplash. And he is out. Out for a count. Marshall King. The knees buckled. The legs were wobbly. Down he dropped. Oh, that was a massive, massive hit. Wow. He was out. For that brief moment, he was completely out of it. He was on the happy gas. Holy hell. That was massive. Anyway, the Dragons hold on. They get the ball back in amongst all that. And a penalty to boot. A very relieving penalty. They might have to play with a balloon now because of player safety. Don't go giving any ideas, James. I used to play footy with a balloon around the house when I was little. So it is possible. I mean, it used to burst a lot, but it is possible. Great touch finder there for the Dragons. Tackle 1. Inside Dolphins territory. Big charge there from Blake Laurie. 40 out from the line they are now. Flanagan just shuffles it on to Sewer. Sewer goes to ground. Flanagan dummies inside, goes out. Ben Hunt shuffles away from one, loses the ball. Great defense from the Dolphins. They're up in their face, putting pressure on. 16 minutes to go in the first half, and it's been all Dolphin. Apart from Ben Hunt's very, very good 40-20, it's been all Dolphin. Romper room balloons, eh? A romper room balloon. Indestructible. Romper room balloon song. Oh, right. Yeah, those things. Yeah, those big bastards. I know the ones. Up towards halfway go the Dolphins. Another offload. Plath gets up over halfway. Another 10 metres made post-contact. 40 out from the line now. Dummying inside and going on his own is Katoa. Donohue's on. Gets the ball to Farnworth. Farnworth beats one again. Space again for Asako. Has to surrender and come back in field. Fifth and last Dolphins. 20 out. Pressure again. Katoa with the crossfield kick. It's perfectly placed again, but again, Lomax secure under the high ball. Jack Bird runs crossfield. Gets clipped across the ear. Down he goes. Sully, Sully takes it up. They stay on this left-hand edge, the Dragons. Flanagan goes to ground. Tackle 5. Trapped inside their own half. Ben Hunt puts another big kick in. But there to take it on the full is Bostock. Bostock and 2 smoking barrels, I feel like calling him. Ewan Aitken takes it up for the Dolphins. 40 out from their own line now. There's Nichols. Up to halfway. Dolphins dominating the territory and possession at the moment. Katoa just feeds it along the back line. Quick play the ball again. They've got a lot of speed with the play the balls down this right-hand edge. Farnworth again eyeing up his options. Just goes to ground, takes tackle 5. Kafusi in a dummy half. To Katoa, 30 out from the line. Crossfield kick is the option again. Lomax has been secure. He is again. Well done, Zach Lomax. But again, the Dragons, look where they're starting. Their set of 6. Ben Hunt from dummy half. Lomax now goes on a scoot. He's had a good start to the year, Zach Lomax. Zachary Lomax. Oh, Laurie in a play. Huge hit from Kafusi. Oh, Kafusi races up. And now Sloane's away. Sloane with one to beat. Chips and chases for himself. It's Sloane versus the Hammer. Sloane's leading. Hammer gets back and taps it dead. Sloane versus the Hammer. One-on-one foot race. That was beautiful to watch. Hammer just gets back in time. Steals our multi away from us. But that was still good to watch. A huge hit from Kafusi as well. Nailed Kyle Flanagan. But then, on the back of that, it opened up for Sloane. We were nearly there with another one. It's going to be one of those games, I reckon. This multi is going to go down to the wire. You can just sense it. Goal line dropout. They've let it bounce. It bounces all the way up to the 40-meter line. But Laurie collects it. Charges back over halfway, where he's met and driven backwards again by 3 Dolphins. Molo, give Sloane a Blues jersey. What, Waterboy? Oh, juggled by Sewer. Keeps it alive, though. Back to Flanagan. Oh, they had the overlap to the left there. The Dragons. Flanagan loses it. Kyle Flanagan's lost it. And that's a mistake. Their mistakes are creeping in now for the Dragons. And it's the Dolphins well on top as we approach 10 minutes to go till the halftime break. It's been very solidly Dolphins in the first half. Scrum down. They're inside their own half, but more possession for the Dolphins. From the scrum it goes. Asako in midfield to Katoa. Bunched up now, the Dolphins, as they just bring it out of their own half, up towards the halfway line here on tackle 3 and beyond. That's a big run. Jared Wallace Nichols takes it up over the Dragons' 40-metre line. They've got a solid team, really solid team on paper, the Dolphins. From dummy half, Platha goes on a dart. Fifth and last. 20 out in front of the posts. Hammers in at dummy half. They go to the right-hand side. A kick in over the top. Ravalawa comes forward, leaps and takes it. Why didn't he do that for the Asako try? I mean, I'm more than happy that Asako scored the try because he's in the multi, but time off here. Oh, penalty. Penalty inside 10. They are aging forwards, aren't they? Yes, they're names, but they are indeed an aging pack. Fabulous take from Ravalawa there. Makes you wonder why he didn't even compete last time. Relieving penalty for the Dragons, though. Can they have some sort of say before the halftime break? The kick to touch only goes 35 out from their own line. And Luciano Leilua, he's on. First game for the Dragons since 2019. Inside Dolphins territory. Mariners on the field. Fatala Mariner. Tackle 3. Over to the left they go. Flanagan. Flat pass. Penalty to the Dragons. Here's a chance for the Dragons to get a little bit of go forward, a little bit of momentum. The only grand final player they have is Bromwich. Is that grand final player? No, Flegler. They've got Flegler. They've got Flegler, Bromwich, and Bromwich. Because they've got 2 Bromwiches, don't they? Farnworth? Tackle 3 here for the Dragons. Anyway, 10 metres out from the line. Oh, that's a bad pass to Hunt. Hunt does well to collect it. Dragons keep it alive in front of the post. Laurie lays an egg. Holds on to it, though. They've still got the ball somehow. Tackle 4 in front of the sticks. They go left. The kick through. It's collected by the Dragons and then dropped. Molo's claiming it was knocked out of his hands. Claiming it was knocked out. And it is knocked out by the Dolphins. No try. Well, of course it was no try. We knew that. The ref needs to go for a HIA. He thinks it's 0 tackle. A lot of HIAs in this game. 8 minutes to go until the break. The game's just fallen off a little bit in pace. Oh, there's Nikorima. Is he coming back on? No, he's not. That's potentially big. Cody Nikorima has failed his HIA. And you've got to think. Oh, can a ref have a HIA? Geez, I tell you who would have needed one. If it's possible for a ref to have a HIA, old mate who got cleaned up by, oh, God, what's his name? The guy that got cleaned up by Tony Carroll. The referee that got completely knocked out. He would have needed a HIA. Fifth and last, Dolphins put it high into the air. Sloan backtracking, made it as awkward as possible, but he does end up taking it. 6.5 minutes left until the halftime break. Donuts for the Dragons at the moment. Sully taking a hit up. Short side they stay. Leilua up towards halfway and beyond. Gets the arm free. The offload is allowed. Dragons, second phase ball. That's tackle 4. 40 metres out now from the Dolphins line. Ben Hunt waits over the right-hand side. Gets the pass out to Bird. Bird beats the first tackle. Gets the arms free. It spills forward. He regathers. He offloads back to Ben Hunt. A little bit of space here on the left if they go, but Laurie puts the head down and takes tackle 5. Ben Hunt on the short side puts the kick in over the top. Oh, he's taken out. The kick chase is taken out. And the Hammer takes it on the full. And they win a penalty here, the Dolphins. Tackling the player mid-air is the ruling. Geez, there could have been almost an argument for, oh yeah, he's just dumped. He's had no real attempt at the ball there, Sloan, in fairness. So it is a soft penalty, but to the letter of the law, absolutely the correct call. Katoa puts it into touch. Dolphins have the ball. 5 minutes to go. 22 out from their own line. Leading 10 points to 0. Racing up is Leilua. Gets the hit on, but the offload keeps it alive for the Dolphins, and the Hammer backs into the defense. Up to their own 40 now, the Dolphins. A big charge there from Wallace. Well met by 3 Dragons defenders. They want quick ball here, the Dolphins. It doesn't really come. Through the hands they go now, left. 40 out from Dragons line. 2 tackles left. Oh, that was flat from Katoa. Definitely forward. They get away with it, the Dolphins. Quick play the ball. 5th and last. Katoa kicks in. It sits up for Lomax. And Lomax is picked up and driven backwards now. Lomax, he does well once again to stay in the field of play. Lomax maybe... Oh, Sloan's now dangerously close to being dragged over the sideline. He managed to get himself to ground. Lomax has probably been one of the standouts for the Dragons in what's been a really poor first half effort. Ben Hunt as well has been solid, but certainly not spectacular. Ravalawa with the hit up towards the 40 and beyond. Yes, he does get over the 40-metre line. Tackle 5, though. Dragons will have to kick. Oh, and it's not gone to Hunt straight away. And that allows a little bit of pressure to go on the kick. Hammer again takes it on the full. Passes it off to Bostock. Three minutes to go till the break. Tony De La Harris was the ref's name. Tony the La La Land is what he was after that hit. Oh, that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen at the time. Hammer up over halfway. 3 minutes to go. They get a 6 again now. The Dolphins quick play the balls, and they spill it on tackle 1. Oh, that's a big mistake. Dropping the ball, tackle 1 on a 6 again. Unforgivable. Uncle Wayne's not going to be happy. You can't do that. You can't play for Wayne Bennett and drop the ball on tackle 1 from a set restart. Two minutes to go until the break. Dragons ball. He took it like a man, didn't he? Because that was... I don't even need to look at the replay on YouTube. I can still see it so clearly in my head. Just the knee. Boof. Dragons with tackles up their sleeve here. Can they put some points on the board? Sloan almost gets through. Almost gets the hands free. 2 tackles left. Bird in at dummy half. Hunt in midfield. Show and go out to Molo. 5th and last. They stay on the short side. Hunt puts it in the air. Leilua's coming through, but it's taken by Asako. Nothing really doing here for the Dragons. One minute to go to the break, and it's looking like donuts for the Dragons. 10 points to 0, Dolphins. Going into the break. Who was it you, James, who had the halftime full-time double? Oh, hang on. Did you have halftime Dolphins, full-time Dragons? Who had that? 5th and last. 30 seconds to go. Kafusi's got it. They're going to put it through the hands. Farnworth puts Asako into space. Asako kicks for himself. And Sloan gets back and collects it. Danger signs down that right-hand edge again from the Dolphins. Farnworth and Asako are forming a great combination. Oh, how much the Broncos are going to miss Herbie Farnworth. He is probably the key ingredient to that Broncos team. The big loss that makes them, in my opinion, not a premiership threat this year. But anyway, I digress. An exhausting first half there for the Dragons. They look absolutely out on their feet. And they go into the halftime sheds trailing 10 points to 0 here at Redcliffe. The home side well and truly on top. A great first half there for the Dolphins. Sorry, not the Dragons. $10 points to 0, huh? See, this is what we were talking about. A Wayne Bennett coached team is not going to be crap 2 weeks in a row. It's just not going to happen. Still plenty of time left for the Dragons, though. I wouldn't lose hope, Dragon supporter, as if there's only one. Oh, I love it. Dragon supporters, do not give up. Do not lose hope. But it's certainly not looking good at the moment, is it? Oh, I've dropped down to 11th now. Dan drops down to 11th in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. There were actually quite a few people who picked Manly, which surprises me. That really does surprise me. 999. Where am I? I'm on 9 as well. Okay. Well, this game will probably shake things up a little bit. There is the replay of the Falcon, and off with the bloody fairies there, Jeremy Marshall-King. There is absolutely no way, surely, that he passes HIA after that. Anyway, Wasted World of Sports halftime here, 10 points to 0. The home side well in control at the break, but still, they're certainly not safe. 2 converted tries puts the Dragons back on top. Halftime here. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back for all the second half action right after this. let's go, James. One away. What do you need? Lions. Oh, the Lions. AFBOCC, tackle 6. Don't know what you mean, sir. Lions to win, huh? Is that on now? Let's have a look. Or is that coming up very, very soon? We can keep... Oh, yep, it's on now. Okay, and the Lions are out by a fair whack. 25-2 at the moment. Wow, okay. I mean, it's a good... Still first quarter. Plenty of time left. But still, that's that's the sort of start you want, isn't it? Definitely what you want if that's your last leg. Oh, I still haven't forgotten. Was it last season or the season before? It might have been the first season of Wasted World of Sports. And the Eels. Remember the Eels letting me down on an all-weekend multi? I had everything. I just needed the Eels, and they lost in an upset to... I can't remember who they lost to, but oh, God. Boy, was I not happy. It certainly didn't help with my dislike of the Eels at the time. They let me down big time. Half-time here. I tossed and turned about the... It could have been the Sharks. No, it definitely wasn't the Sharks. Because I wouldn't have been upset. I would not have been upset at all if the Sharks got the win. Even if it did affect my bet. So I don't think it was them. No, it was somebody like really garbage. Like the Knights or... It was somebody they definitely shouldn't have lost to anyway. Solar eclipse in 3 weeks over North America. Welcome to the welcome to the wasted world of news. Hey, maybe I should start that channel. April 8th. Oh wow, yeah, 2 weeks before my 2 days before my birthday. Halftime here. Anyway, back to the game. Halftime here, 10 points to 0 in favour of the home side, who have looked very good. As I was saying, I've tossed and turned over this game. I felt like it was going to be close and it could go either way, and it still could. But the home team looking very, very good. I discussed how I was on the Dragons initially, but then as the week continued on, I thought there's no plausible way a Wayne Bennett coach team is going to be bad 2 weeks in a row. It just won't happen. Uncle Wayne does what he needs to do to get the job done and bring the best out of his players. And he put the cleaners through the team, didn't he? He made some big calls and dropped some players. He wasn't afraid to swing the axe. And the players are responding so far this week. AFBOCC is at 10 points off an unconverted try and 3 penalty goals for the Dolphins. No, it's 2 tries, 1 conversion. Tries to the hammer, tries to Jermaine Asako. Oh, let's see what they're offering me. Let's see what the banker sports bet is offering me for a cash out. Probably not anything good because no. Okay, cash out's gone down to $9.60. And we need a big second half from the Dragons. We need Ravalawa and we need Sloan. I don't think it's happening. Ravalawa's been extremely quiet. I don't think he's looking likely for a try somehow. Sloan's looked threatening. Sloan's probably the best chance there. I reckon if Sloan scores early in the second half and they make me a good offer, I'll probably take it. Has to be a good offer, though. Has to be. Oh, yeah, Lomax has just not really been allowed to get into the game. He's been very safe under those high balls. They were peppering him. They peppered Lomax's wing with the high balls, and he took all of them. So he's been solid without being sensational. He's had to do a lot of hard work coming out of their own end, coming off their own goal line. And I think that's probably had an effect on up the other end of the field. You know what I mean? So I think he's been safe and secure under everything they've thrown at him, Lomax. Wayne Bennett, does Lomax get a Blues jersey? I know that there are calls for it. But geez, I would honestly, and you know, maybe everyone remembers how much I don't like a certain player in a Blues jumper, but honestly, I'd probably call for Whiten to be back. I'd probably call for Jack Whiten to come back before we put a Blues jumper on Zach Lomax. Yeah, Zach Lomax, he's done nothing to suggest to me that he should be playing on the wing for the Blues. Well, I would normally say anyone over Whiten, but for the conversation we just had, I wouldn't want Lomax over Whiten. Jack Whiten, he's had one good game, one really good game in blue. Son of a bitch won the game for us that year. Just the one. Oh, I wouldn't say Gutho's the perfect utility player, UFC. He got decimated at Origin level playing in the centres. And you need a utility who can play fullback, wing, centre. Nico Hines wasn't the answer either. Nico Hines needed to be selected in the halves or not selected at all. Freddie Fittler picking Nico for the number 14 jersey. Disastrous. But yeah, Gutherson can't play centre, so Gutherson plays fullback. I could accept him on the wing to fill in, but his defence, they just trampled over the top of him when he was in the centres. Second half about to get underway. The Dragons will be surrendering possession right from the kickoff. The Dolphins 10 points to 0 in favour of the home side. They're looking good. The Blues just need a coach who is going to select the best players available in their actual positions. I've been screaming this. Laurie Daly used to do it as well. A champion team will always defeat a team of champions. There's no point picking a team full of fullbacks just because they're quality players. Don't stack your team full of fullbacks and just slot them in and think they're going to get the job done, because clearly it hasn't worked. It didn't work for Laurie Daly. It didn't work for Brad Fittler. Just pick the best players in their best position. It's easy. Rugby league can be a very easy game. It's all about the basics. Pick the best players in their best position, and you're off to a much better start than what's been dished up in recent years. Anyways, Dragons have the ball. 5th and last, and Ben Hunt from inside the 40 puts it straight down the field and taken on the full again from the Hammer. He's taken 90% of the kicks on the full, the Hammer. The Dragons just failing to find grass. Speaking of finding grass, hang on. Got a message I need to send. Taupo, ahoy there. Yes, still going. We've been going solid since, 1:45. So we're into our 5th hour here tonight, I think. 4th or 5th hour. Still going strong. 40 minutes left in this game. Down the blind. Oh, Marshall King's back on the field, people. Jeremy Marshall King is back on the field. That's insane. Katoa puts it high, and again, Lomax secure under the high ball. Oh, and a straight boot lands right on the face. Who was that? Was that Plath over there, maybe, for the Dolphins? No, it wasn't. It was Jared Wallace. Jared Wallace might have just copped a stray boot from one of the Dragons players. Jack Bird skipping across field. Not making a lot of meters, though. Tackle 4 for the Dragons. There's Uncle Wayne hiding away in the coach's box. 5th and last. 53 meters upfield. They've gone the Dragons. That's a better set. Ben Hunt runs. Some space for Sloan. Beats the first tackle. Gets the kick away. And it's going to bounce into touch. Oh, that almost set up for Ravalawa. We would have been on there. Big Michaeli Ravalawa steaming down towards that ball. But over the sideline it goes. Dolphins ball. That was a little bit better from the Dragons, though. It almost opened up. Ben Hunt with the vision to run on the last. And this is big defense, driving the Dolphins backwards. They're just trying to go up a gear here, the Dragons. You sense it. Nichols is held up and put on his back. Plenty of time left for the Dragons. They don't need to hit any panic buttons. But they can't afford to let the Dolphins off the hook either. Up over halfway they go, 5th and last. Hammer goes to ground. Katoa stands on the short side, puts it high to Lomax. They're peppering Lomax. And he takes it again, once again, very solid and secure under the kick. But just not really allowing Lomax to get into the game. Big run here from Sully. That's what they need more of. Quick play of the ball, and away goes Sloan. Up to the Dolphins 40. That's better. Ben Hunt takes it to the line, short pass to Sewer. Sewer's wrapped up in a great legs tackle from Avarillo. And they're staying on the short side again. Hunt puts it high. The kick chase is good. The Dragons come away with it. Jack Bird's got it. Jack Bird scores beside the post. The Dragons are back, but we need to have a look at a lot here. This will probably go up as no try. Or will it go up as a try? No, it goes up as no try. Yeah, there's a lot to look at here. It's gone up as no try. Hammer's got it. Flanagan's got it. Hammer strips it out. I don't think this is going to be a try. It's gone up as no try. It has to be conclusive to overturn. Has Flanagan lost it, or has it been stripped out? That will be the key decision in this sequence. Are they going to call it strip? Yeah, they're calling it knock on. No try stands. 10 points to nil it remains, and the Dolphins survive. A little bit of a scare there. A tiny scare. No try. Dolphins ball. But the Dolphins will start this set 10 meters out from their own line. They can't let their heads drop, the Dragons, as time goes on here, as time gets away from them in this second half. Kafusi is met by Fatala Mariner. What a contact of bodies that was. Two big units. Nichols bumps off one tackle, is taken on halfway. Tackle 4. Quick play the ball again from the Dolphins. The play the ball speed has just been immense. Fifth and last now. Katoa puts it high, pressuring Ravalawa. Ravalawa takes it well. Oh, he's lost it. Ravalawa loses it. There's the mistake. Ravalawa drops the ball in the two-man tackle. Farnworth and Asako, I believe it was, in the two-man tackle, forcing the mistake. And big Michaeli Ravalawa spills his beans. Pressure back on the Dragons now. Oh, that's a HIA for Jacob Little. Herbie Farnworth, what a game he has had. The pressure of that tackle. Oh, I tell you what, the Broncos... That's their premiership right there, the Broncos. That is their premiership. Herbie Farnworth, and he's gone. He plays for the Dolphins now. They're done. All right, here is Herbie. Herbie the love bug, 5 meters out. Ivan Storm, ahoy there. Kia ora. I hope I said that right. Otherwise, I just made a complete tit out of myself. 2 meters out from the line here, the Dolphins. Tackles up their sleeve. Crash ball for Mark Nichols. And over. Try for the Dolphins. 14 points to nil. It's about to become 16-0. It's right beside the posts. And the Dolphins, the home side, right on top here. And the Dragons are suddenly looking like the Dragons of old. The new lease of life from Shane Flanagan has lasted 1 week. This will test their resolve. This will be a real defining moment, I think, for the Dragons. Even if they go down in this game, it's very important for them to not let the floodgates open. This will be a real defining period for their season, in my opinion. This will tell us if it's the Dragons of old or if there is a little bit of steely resolve in this team under Shane Flanagan. Do the floodgates open, or do they keep this tight? Big 30 minutes coming up, which will really define the Dragons season, in my opinion. Try for Mark Nichols. His 4th for the Dolphins. Their 3rd try for the night. 14-10, kick to come. The home side right on top. Asako, easy kick, puts it right down the middle. And the Dolphins lead 16 points to nil. The home side getting the job done so far. Very important 30 minutes for the Dolphins as well, because they don't want to drop off. Uncle Wayne, random South supporter in the background. Uncle Wayne will certainly expect that they put the dagger in here. Or the dagger's in. He would expect them to twist. What's that movie? The reverse aging. Was it Brad Pitt? Brad Pitt in the reverse aging movie. What was that character called? That's what Jermaine Asako is. Jermaine Asako's aging in reverse. Benjamin Button. There we go. Kafusi with the hit up. Wallace feeds it along to Aitken. UFC, you've got that problem. Aging in reverse. I've got that problem mentally. Certainly not physically. I was a very mature child. Now I'm just a gigantic idiot. Fifth and last Dolphins, 40 out from the line. Katoa puts it high into the night sky. Ravalawa calls everyone off, says mine. Takes it. And then is crunched. Ben Stiller. Simple Jack. Oh, okay. Simple Jack. I don't think I've seen that. I've seen the Adam Sandler one, Billy Madison. Leilua with the ball for the Dragons, getting back to the game here. Fifth and last, 40 metres out from their own line. Hunt is going to be forced to put in a big kick. They're going to let it bounce here, the Dolphins, and it bounces up kindly for Bostock. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Katoa takes it up to the 40. Here's Herbie Farnworth. He's had a really good game. Herbie Farnworth, player of the match for mine so far. If he scores a try, that seals the deal, would you say? Through the hands they go now, the Dolphins. Created some space, but Jack Bird races up, shuts it down. Flegler's on the sideline, getting ready to come back on. Nichols drags defenders with him again. Fifth and last Dolphins, 30 out in midfield. Katoa high into Ravalawa's corner again. Ravalawa's coming across, but Sloan takes it. Beats the first tackle, Sloan, but falls. And it's tackle 1, 10 out. The Dragons, again, it's been the theme of the day. Teams. One team has been forced to just constantly be returning from their own goal line. That was the Roosters earlier. Jump. Jump. That was the Roosters earlier. Now a cutout pass to Ravalawa. Ravalawa's away down the sideline. Asako grabs hold of him and pulls him down. Fifth and last. This is better from the Dragons, though. Hunt puts the ball high, looking for Lomax. Lomax doesn't get to it. It's Bird who challenges. Is it off the Dolphins? Dolphins dive on the loose ball. Did they lose it, though? Knocked on by Jack Bird. Knocked on by the Dolphins. It'll be Dolphins' ball. This will be interesting. Do they consider a captain's challenge here? They shouldn't, because that was clearly knocked on by Jack. Simple Jack with a simple mistake. $16-0, 26.5 minutes to go. Looking better and better here for the Dolphins. Well, I must have missed something there because the Dragons have got it. Somewhere along the line, I guess they decided the knock-on first was by the Dolphins. Anyway, here's Ben Hunt. Inside pass to Laurie. Laurie. Taken 5 out from the line. Oh, quick. Up out of the line in defense. And wrangling down his man. Tackle 4 for the Dragons. Hunt back in field. Forward pass maybe. Yes, it was. Forward pass by Ben Hunt. That inside ball. The Dolphins defense again. Just no opportunity for the Dragons at all. None. As Jesse Bromwich gets ready to come back on for another spell. Oh, you know what? One of my favorite TV shows of all time, which I just don't think, if it were, it wouldn't even get released now. Married with Children. Love that show. Al Bundy. What a legend. That show just wouldn't make the air if it were created now. Or if it did, how very different it would look. Up towards halfway go the Dolphins again, well in control of this contest. 5th and last. They're going to run it this time. They've decided to have a run. They've got 3 on 2. Now the kick in behind the line. Sloan's there. Gets the loose ball, but he's centimetres out from his own line. I did watch Roseanne, but penalty here to the Dragons, a very relieving one. Yeah, I did used to watch Roseanne, but certainly not as religiously as some of the other shows I used to watch, like Married with Children, for example. But I did certainly used to watch it. Not a big kick in to touch that one off the back of the penalty. They're still only 20 metres out from their own line, the Dragons. They needed a little bit more distance than that, I dare say. And they've dropped the ball. Blake Laurie spills the ball in the tackle. Oh, things have gone from bad to worse here for the Dragons. One theme that I've really noticed from the games this weekend is when a team is down, by God, they're down. They're really, really down. And things just seem to go from bad to worse for the team without the momentum. And it's happening again here in this one. The Dragons just cannot get anything together. There's no, just no go forward, no momentum in their game at all. And now an error. 30 metres out. Dolphins will have it again. Second half completion rate there spells it all out. 100% for the Dolphins. 67% for the Dragons. This is it here. This is the game. Jean Jezebel says, can't live with him, can't kill him. Al Bundy on women. Oh, seriously. Fast short pass here puts Jake Averillo through, and the Dolphins win. The Dolphins land the match winner, Jake Averillo. Straight through some feeble defense off the flat pass. Running off the shoulder. That's game, set, and match. 20-0 kick to come. Should have cashed out my multi. Should have cashed out. To the left they went. Katoa runs it to the line. Double pump. And Averillo goes straight through Ben Hunt. That was Ben Hunt who fell off that tackle. He was caught in two minds. Ben Hunt needed to stay out. He was caught in two minds. He needed to hang out there on his man. His man was Averillo. And by turning in, he created a weak right-hand shoulder for himself, and that was game over. Avarillo was always just going to go barging through that gap. Poor defensive read there from Ben Hunt. Beautiful work from Katoa, just running to the line, the double pump, delaying the pass. Avarillo straight through. Lots of time left, really. I mean, 20 minutes, but they're just not looking likely. From right beside the post, Asako goes 3 from 4 tonight with the conversions, and the Dolphins go up 22 points to 0. And this is a result, I'm sure, that tore the Wasted Water Sports tipping competition in half. A true 50-50 game, I felt, going into it. But it's ended up being very one-sided. It's like we said, Uncle Wayne is not going to let his team be crap 2 weeks in a row. As Bromwich fires up and brings the hit up after the kickoff. Kafusi. It's going to be a long 20 minutes here for the Dragons. On the left-hand edge, they go. Expansive early and straight through goes Bostock down the edge. Puts the kick in over the top, looking for the hammer. It's Hammer versus Flanagan. Does he get the bounce? He gets the foot to it, and the Hammer scores a double. It's another try for the Dolphins, and that was electric. Down the left-hand edge on tackle 3 from inside their own half. They scorched him down the edge. The Hammer gets the toe through and dives on the ball to score. James says if this game was Tigers versus Dragons, it'd be 0-0. Maybe not, James, because the Tigers' defense was shoddy as well. So if it were Dragons versus Tigers, it could be we could be looking at a scoreline that's like 40 each. 40 all going into Golden Point. Bostock gets the kick in field. The Hammer didn't get the bounce originally. Gets the toe to the ball. Scores beside the post. $26-0. It's right beside the post. It's definitely going to be 28-0 after the conversion. And the Dolphins have gone back-to-back. Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Try. 26-0. That was a great try. DJ Shack, indeed. Easy as you like. From beside the post, Asako converts. Kings, what are they? Are they a courier? Let's see. Adventure Kings. There you go. Okay. Adventure Kings. Adventure Kings. So they do like outdoor gear and stuff, do they? High quality at fair dinkum low prices. Yeah, so like tents. More tents. Camping and tents. There we go. Oh, big charge upfield here from Max Plath. The fins are up. The floodgates are going to open. Marshall King now bumping off tackles. When Jeremy Marshall King is running over the top of you, you know you've resigned yourself to your own fate. Kick in. Lomax again secure under the high ball. And this is what I was talking about, isn't it? I said this is the big test. This is the big test of the Dragons' intestinal fortitude. Do the floodgates open? Or do they buckle down and keep this game close? Well, by God, the floodgates opened. And now a mistake is made in the play of the ball. No. Zach Lomax this time. Trying to play it too quickly. An argument could certainly be made that Kafusi was crowning him there in the play the ball area. Oh, but the floodgates have opened for the Dragons. More pain coming up here. 28 points to 0. A scrum down. 30 out from the line. Here's Herbie Farnworth. Takes it. 10 metres upfield. Tackle 1, they're inside the 20. Flegler's on. Tackle 2. Dolphins, 10 out from the line. They stay left. Katoa out the back to nobody. They must dive on this loose ball, and they do. Bostock. And they still have it here, the Dolphins. Slow to get up and play the ball, Bostock. Hammer in at first receiver. And a forward pass to Flegler. Captain's challenge incoming. So, who was the knock on? Flegler's lost it. They called Flegler for a knock on. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's a good captain's challenge. What was the referee on about there? Calling Flegler for a knock on? He didn't even bobble the ball. I wonder what the referee saw in that moment. Flegler didn't even bobble the ball. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Hammer in at playmaker again. They've run the exact same play. The Dolphins just ran the exact same play. Oh, no. What? Fremantle are coming back. Uh-oh. Nice dance in here from Donahue. Knocks it on now. Dragons have it back anyway. So, now Jack Bird spills it out the back. But there'll be no advantage. Double knock on. First one by the Dolphins. Fremantle are coming back at the Lions. What's your cash out options, James? I mean, I'm not advising it, but my cash out options at the moment for the bonus bets I put on today's game are 65 cents and 65 cents for the one that still needs Ravalawa and Sloan, and a zero cash out for the one that still needs Farnworth, Lomax, and Sloan. That's my cash out options. Now they're getting in each other's way just to add to the comedy of errors from the Dragons. Getting in each other's way at the play the ball. 14 minutes of misery left for the Dragons here. Ben Hunt out the back to Flanagan. Here's Sully. Sully straightens. Fifth and last. Short of the halfway line. Dragons. Sloan to Hunt. Hunt runs. Chips and chases. It pops up for Sloan. He knocks it on. Story of the day for the Dragons, really. Just not happening for them. Trying something a little different, though. Ben Hunt on the fifth and last. Nearly worked out. 28 points to nil. I've got to say, I really did think it would be a close game. I very, very luckily changed my tip to the Dolphins. But I did think it would be much closer. I thought it would be much, much closer. Gene Jezebel says, do you think Raiders can beat the Warriors next round? I'll tell you what. The way that the Raiders... Now, the Raiders haven't really been tested yet. That's fair. That's the thing to remember. As Katoa grubbers into the end goal. Sloan collects it. Sloan is caught. And it'll be a goal line dropout. The Raiders have played the Knights and the Tigers. So the Warriors will certainly be the first real test for the Raiders, but they have been completing so well. If they can keep completing at near 100% completion rates, they'll challenge anybody. I just don't think they can keep that up. I mean, they've not been tested yet. They've had the Knights and they've had the Tigers. So this will be the first real test for the Raiders. This will be the first time that we get to see really what they're all about. Oh, Marshall King dummies and goes straight through some extremely lazy defenders. And the Dolphins extend their lead even further. 32-0 kick to come. Oh, disappointing for the Dragons. They had an opportunity to really, even if they don't win the game, they had an opportunity for 30 minutes to just say, look, we're going to hold our heads high. We're going to fight to the very end. We're going to put some points on the board. We're going to make this close. But the Dolphins have just exploded here. Torn them to shreds. An unbelievable second half here for the Dolphins. 32-0 kick to come. Lazy defense around the ruck. Marshall King had no right to score that. Ophi, ahoy there. Come swim with me to the next round. Fins up, baby. Isn't Chicken of the Sea tuna? I don't know. What was that god-awful show with... that god-awful MTV show with Jessica Simpson and Nick Lachey? Perfect round, Robert, is it? Oh, fantastic effort, mate. Cheers to you. As Asako converts and makes it 34 points to nil. You'll get the bonus points, Robert. I think you get 2 or 3 bonus points for getting a perfect round. So that'll give you a big jump. A big jump up the Wasted World of Sports tipping competition ladder. We don't believe you, posted in the Discord. Well, I can tell you if he's lying or not. I'll be able to tell you straight away. Let's see. Rob, Aussie, Bronco, Shark, Panther, Raider, Cowboy, Storm, Manly. So assuming he has indeed gone for the Dolphins, 100%. Aussie Rob's going to be flying up the Wasted World of Sports ladder after a perfect round. How are the Lions going, James? 9.5 minutes to go here, and the Dolphins back up over halfway. Just charging upfield at will. Bromwich putting the steps on. So did I, Robert. So did I. I'm very happy I changed this morning. Katoa puts it high again to Ravalawa's wing. Asako's there. Ravalawa does well. I was on the Dragons all week. I believed in the new dawn under Shane Flanagan, but then I just went, Uncle Wayne is not going to let his team be that crap 2 weeks in a row. This one for the Dolphins. And the Dragons come up with an error on tackle 2. An error on the second tackle. Dolphins have it back. Flegler, 10 metres out on 0 tackle. They're absolutely dead on their feet here, the Dragons. There's another try coming up here. Katoa out the back to Hammer. Hammer beats one, creates the gap, steps back in field and scores. A hat trick for the Hammer. I told you, it was so obvious. Another try was incoming. They are dead on their feet, the Dragons. They are just completely out of it. Their players are moving in slow motion, and Hammer just left foot step. Okay, I'll try and speak properly. Left foot step, try. Hat trick for the Hammer. There was no cover defense at all for the Dragons. They are just out on their feet. 38-0. Can they get the 50? That's what it's all about now for the Dolphins. Can they get 50? Will they keep the Dragons to 0? You would have to think so now at this point. A hat trick for the Hammer is good for the fantasy league. I really regret not picking a fantasy team now. It would have been fun. It would have been some good banter to go with the tipping and the multis. Oh well. That's what I get for being about $3 million over budget. Asako, he's had a lot of practice from here, just to the left of the post. 5 from 6 tonight. It's surely about to be 6 from 7. Oh, he's hooked it. It's hit the post and bounces away. He got that one horribly wrong. 38 points to 0. It remains 6.5 minutes. 2 converted tries. Can they bring up the 50? Ophi says Hammer's nailing their defense. Hey. We all see what you did there, Ophi. I'll drink to that. Cheers. Okay, I've changed my mind. On the back of a hat trick, Hammer gets man of the match, right? At halftime, I was leaning towards Herbie Farnworth, but Herbie hasn't gone on with it in the second half. So I think maybe Hammer for man of the match, yeah? The Dragons' biggest loss, apparently, in, oh, jeez, whatever they said, many, many years anyway. It was over 10. 4th for the Dolphins here, 40 metres out from their own line. Flegler playing playmaker out the back. Donahue shrugs off one, is wrapped up by Leilua. 5th and last. Katoa in midfield, kicking 2. Sloan takes it. Hammers on him, shrugs him off. Kent sees straight. Ahoy there. Dolphins staunch with the defense tonight. Looking very likely. Ophi, thank you very much for the sub, mate. Oh, James, what have you done? Ever since we checked the score, it's been all Fremantle. It was When I looked at the score, what was it? It was like 25-2. Well, it can't have been 25. Oh, I suppose it could have been. The Lions have got 4 behinds since then. 6 again here for the Dragons. Can they bag a consolation try? Almost intercepted by Bostock. 5 minutes to go. Now Bostock's cramped up. How many cramps have we seen this weekend? Jeez. So many players have gone down with cramp. James says, is that the Dolphins Leagues Club that backs onto the field? Yes, I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain. I've only been there the once. I've only been there one time, but I am pretty sure it like connects right onto the stadium, basically. I'm fairly certain. Why can't all grounds be like that? Money. Moolah. More space for everything. To pack more seats in. For paid parking at certain grounds. Yes, the almighty dollar. Dolphins have it back. That's a huge hit. Was it high? Yes, says the referee. And Molo has copped him high there. Who was that? Wallace, I think. Jared Wallace? Yes, it was. Jared Wallace has just been smacked there. High contact. Yes, unfortunately. Yeah, Wallace is having a good old laugh. He's like, it's all good, mate. It's all good. She'll be right. Oh, and he's sent off for 10. I love it. It was a high shot worthy of 10 minutes in the bin, and Wallace is just like, all good, mate. Part of the game. I love that, though. I'll say this, James. I love that. I want to see more of that. Hit high, copped it on the chin, literally. Had a laugh, got back to his feet. Didn't stay down and try and milk the penalty that came his way anyway. He just got up and got on with it. That's what I want to see more of. I'm sick of all the milky magoos. Just get up and get on with things. It's what we want to see. Penalty Dolphins. They want more points. 3.5 minutes. 50 is still on here. 3.5 minutes is enough time to go back-to-back tries. If they score off this set. Tackle 1 inside the 10. There is Wallace. He's straight back up and into the play. Donahue dances and skips around in midfield. Flick pass back to Herbie Farnworth, and Farnworth must surrender or be pinged for an obstruction. 10 out from the line. The Dolphins, they want more. Flegler with the flat pass that puts straight through the gap Josh Kerr, but they can't get it over. Finally, some defensive grit from the Dragons. Why did it take 78 minutes, though? Some tenacious defense from Ben Hunt. Well, I would say the 50's gone. The 50's out of the question now. 38 points to 0. I mean, look, I don't think they care, in all honesty. They'll be more concerned, I think. If I know Wayne Bennett, and I don't, personally, but if I know Wayne Bennett, the coach, he won't care about the 50. He'll be very interested to make sure that it stays 0, though. He'll be furious if they leak a try here. You can guarantee. Especially against 12 men that the Dragons have at the moment. 1 minute 46 to go. An unexpected offload. SS Storm fan has the hammer in fantasy as they go through the hands now. Jack Bird down the sideline. Bumps off the cover defense. But they wrap him up now for tackle 4. Oh, we've got a penalty for a shoulder charge. SS Storm fan has the hammer in the fantasy team. Going to be a great swag of points for the hammer in NRL fantasy. Jack Bird taps and goes. They want a consolation try here, the Dragons. De Bellin takes a 10 out from the line. They will have the last say in this game, the Dragons. Can they get a consolation try? Hunt to Bird to Sloan. Through the hands to Sully. But the Dolphins all over it. Their defense is held firm all game. Flanagan out. Now to Eisenhuth. Stands in the tackle, offloads. Back to Sloan. Sloan dummies, goes on his own. Sloan goes straight through, and Sloan knocks the ball loose. Who knocked the ball loose? Was that the Hammer? The Hammer with the try saver. There's some more fantasy points for the Hammer. A try-saving tackle. Sloan was in for all money there in the corner. He's scoring them down one end. He's saving them down the other. Hammer, man of the match guaranteed. If it wasn't already set in stone, I think that definitely was the defining moment. Clear man of the match for mine. The Hammer. What a performance from him. What a performance from the Dolphins. 38 points to 0. An absolute smashing. Or can I say a slaying of the Dragons here? No, that's stupid. I don't like corny stuff like that. Yes, we really hate corny around here. 38 points to 0. Wow, what an absolute, a literal hammering. Amazing performance from the Dolphins. We just knew that Wayne Bennett would not let his team be bad 2 weeks in a row, and they weren't. They totally stood up today. Such a well-rounded performance as well. Attack and defense. Both ends of the field, they were immaculate. The Dolphins suddenly, in 1 week, have turned it around and are looking like that top 8 that I predicted in my Wasted Water Sports early season bold predictions. I had the Dolphins in the 8, at the very least contesting for it, and I got very nervous after that first week's display, but well and truly back, the Dolphins there. So Aussie Rob with a perfect round. I'm just trying to see where you are. Okay, so you're on 9 at the moment. Okay, it's not going to be enough to get you up to top spot, Aussie Rob, but you may very well jump up to 2nd or 3rd. Worst case scenario, you land in 5th, which is a little jump from where you are at the moment. Anyway, so not a bad effort at all there, Aussie Rob. Congratulations on the perfect round. Now we turn our attention to the Aussie rules, because we've got James. Oh no, James, 47-29. Is it half time yet? It is. Oh, 47-29 at half time. What happened? What happened to the Lions when we first found out about James being up and his multi? The Lions were leading 25. I think it was something like 25 points to 2. What a turnaround. 45 points to 4 since then, if I had that score correct. It's been a 45 points to 4 turnaround in favor of the Dockers. Dockers, sorry. Yeah, okay. It's going to require a big second half for the Lions, but I'll be cheering them on for you, James. I will be cheering them on for you, and I hope that works out. But boy, they really need to pull their heads out. Wasted Water Sports, what can you say about that game? An absolute shellacking at its finest. 38 points to Zippo. The Dolphins have defeated the Dragons. Hopefully that's allowed me to jump up a few places as well in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest, but we'll see. All right, It's been a huge weekend, so I'm not going to... And we did a big pre-game, so I'm not going to do all that much of a post-game today. It's very rare that I do much of a post-game anyway. I'm usually about the pre-game. It was a fabulous pre-game, chatting with the old Panther today. I certainly look forward to bringing more valuable historic insight from the old Panther in the coming weeks. It's good chats that we have. DJ Shaq says, I think this goes without saying, but the hammer for MVP. Yes, that's exactly what we were saying. DJ Shaq, for sure. I said Herbie Farnworth at halftime. If he scores a try, that secures it for Herbie. But then Herbie Farnworth went a little bit flat in the second half. Or flat, saying he went a little bit flat's probably unfair. He still had a solid game. But Hammer just exploded and stole the man of the match away from him. And after the hat trick, and then the try saver right on full time. If it wasn't already confirmed, that confirmed it. Hammer, man of the match for sure. All right, Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much for your company today. Thank you very much for your company over the weekend. And hopefully, fingers crossed, looking forward to your company coming up next week here on the Wasted World of Sports. And, I'm not sure what's coming up next week. I don't know what games are on. Well, let's have a look, actually, quickly. Let's quickly have a look before I go and see what we've got coming up in round 3 of NRL action. Well, a big game on Thursday. The Panthers versus the Broncos. The Panthers, $1.32 at the moment on Sportsbet. Broncos, $3.42. But remember, the Broncos are like 90% likely to rest Adam Reynolds if he's even available. Adam Reynolds picking up a little niggle after that win over the Rabbitohs the other night. So, yes, understandably, without Reynolds, the Panthers very clear favourites in that one at home. And then Friday, Warriors-Raiders. That's definitely a one to keep an eye on because it's the first... We're going to get our first proper look at the Raiders to see where are they going to end up. Are they going to be top 8 contention like UFC says, or will they be fighting for the spoon with the Tigers and the Dragons like I said? Roosters versus the Bunnies suddenly becomes a very intriguing game there on Friday night. I would have said that the Roosters win in a comfortable canter, but based on today's performance, it could be a close game. Bulldogs versus Titans on Saturday. Yawn, that one. Dragons, Cowboys. Bad news for the Dragons there, I'm afraid. They could get spanked, or do they get a kick up the bum from Shane Flanagan and turn it around. Tigers, Sharks. The Tigers were absolutely abysmal, so no surprise the Sharks go into that game. $1.26, very short-priced favourites. And then Sunday, Parramatta versus Manly. Parramatta at the moment, early favourites with the bookies. $1.84 to Manly's $2. I think it's going to be a tad closer than that. Knights versus Storm to round out Sunday. So, and the Dolphins get a bye. Oh, the Dolphins won't want to buy. The Dolphins don't want to buy on the back of that performance. Oh, well. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Thank you so much. That'll be the games coming up next week. I mean, I'll try and do most of those next week. There's some good games there. But we'll definitely be doing Thursday night. So I'll see you Thursday night for the Panthers versus the Broncos. Until then, enjoy what's left, what little is left of the weekend. And I'll catch you guys next time. Until then, cheers.
World of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.